Do we have a?
Yes. Yeah, okay, all right. Good evening, everyone. If I could have quiet, please. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Cranston City Council special meeting, and we will subsequently have Finance Committee meeting scheduled this evening for 6:30. There is a delay this evening in the 6 o'clock council meeting as we are waiting for the solicitor. Upon the solicitor's arrival, we will commence the meetings. Thank you. Is a sign-up sheet for those who wish to speak for public comment this evening. We would ask that you please sign up on the sheet. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Cranston City Council special meeting. Today is Tuesday, April 8th. At this time, I'd ask for the clerk to please take the roll.
Councilman Campiano,
Present.
Councilman Bonanno,
Present.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Present.
Councilwoman Haroyan. Present. Councilman Andujar,
Present.
Councilman Ritz,
Present.
Councilman Trafficante,
Present.
Council Vice President Wall,
Here.
Council President Reno.
Present. At this time, please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we have one agenda item this evening, that is public hearing for the fiscal year 2025, 2026 city budget as proposed by Mayor Hopkins this evening. Do we have any public comment this evening?
No, it's not.
And just to be clear, we will have in Finance Committee, public comment on the Finance Committee agenda items as well. This is just overall on the budget, if anyone has any comment this evening. No? Okay. All right. Anyone on Zoom, Tom?
I do not see any public comment on Zoom.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, public comment is now closed, and I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, and we will convene in 5 minutes for the Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
All right, good evening, good evening. If everybody could take their seats, please. No, we don't. I could call the meeting to order. Good evening. Welcome to the April 8th Finance Committee Budget Hearing. At this time, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and I ask the clerk to please call a roll.
Councilwoman Graziano,
Present.
Councilman Andujar, Councilman Ritz, Councilman Trafficante,
Present.
Councilwoman Haroyan,
Present.
Council Vice President Wall,
Here.
Council President Reno.
Present.
Thank you. First item of business tonight is going to be public comment and public hearings. The public comment, before I stepped up to the stage, I collected the sign-up sheet that you signed in. I'm going to, a couple of ground rules as we go forward. You're going to have 4 minutes to speak. I'll tell you to finish up. I ask you to be very considerate. We do have a long agenda tonight. We have a number of people who want to speak, and we've got 5 hearings this evening. So please be considerate to everyone else as you get going through. I'll also ask you, please state your name and address for the record clearly, and then you may do your public comment. All right, so we're going to begin. The first person on the list this evening is Mr. Dominic Fusco. Please step up. The school committee chairman, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, council. For the past 15 years, I've stood before you as a parent, a school committee member, a former school committee member, and now the chair of the Cranston School Committee. And each year, I've made the same request or plea: please fully fund the school department budget. First, I want to thank the recent councils for their support that they've given to the schools in additional funds that they've contributed in the past couple of years. I am also deeply appreciative of the mayor's recent increase in funding to our schools. As you know, the school department is the largest department in the city. We employ nearly 12,000 employees, maintain over 20 buildings, and most importantly, educate more than 11,000 students. Despite what you may have heard, Cranston is one of the rare districts that have not seen a major decline in student enrollment post-pandemic. But if you look at our state and local funding levels, you might think we had. In February, for the first time in my tenure, the district issued 51 layoff notices to teachers. Think about that, 51. If we can't secure additional funding, that number could grow, and the consequences could be devastating. I often hear calls for results. I argue that we are showing results. Despite operating on fewer resources than many comparable districts, according to RIDE's UCOA data, Cranston students are seeing gains in both RICAST and SAT scores. Our graduation rate stands at 88.2%, well above the state average of 84%. Cranston East already has 5 students who've been accepted to Brown University. The class of 2024 received 124 different college and university acceptances to 70 different 70 colleges so far this year. Cranston West seniors have been accepted to 85 colleges, including 3 more to Brown. According to the Polaris list, which ranks high schools based on the number of students accepted to top colleges, Cranston West is the 4th ranked public high school in Rhode Island. Those numbers are destined to rise as more acceptances arise. Meanwhile, our 3rd high school, the AES, continues to thrive. Students are earning credentials that allow them entry into La Luna's apprenticeship program. 15 of those students joined last year. Attendance and test scores are also on the rise. All of this, and we're doing it with less. Cranston spends an average of $19,483 per student, well below the state average of $22,000, and less than districts like Warwick, West Warwick, Johnston, and East Providence. Over 80% of our budget goes towards salaries and benefits. Like the city, we are grappling with rising health costs. As a self-insured district, we've seen medical claims spike, turning a once healthy surplus into a deficit we must now repay. Also, as I'm sure you're aware on the city side too, rising cost of utilities. Even with an aggressive rate management company that we have, it's still a financial strain. A major concern that I have is our capital reserve fund, sometimes referred to as our rainy day fund. While the city owns our buildings, it's the school department that maintains them. But years of underfunding have left us with dangerously low reserves as we had to tap into that. My biggest fear is something major will go wrong and we won't be able to respond. You will hear about bond debt related debt services. I'm thankful to the city administration, the city council, and especially the voters for overwhelmingly approve our recent bonds. However, I believe we missed a golden opportunity last June to invest more deeply in our infrastructure. I understand the challenges, particularly with the state's reimbursement structure that only pays districts their reimbursement after the projects are completed. That system is unfair and burdensome to cities like Cranston. Keep in mind, 3/4 of our school buildings are more than 70 years old. The Band-Aid and duct tape approach just doesn't cut it anymore. Looking ahead also, if we continue to see population growth in Western Cranston, we're eventually going to need a new school. In conclusion, I find it hard. I understand how hard it is to find additional funds, but I also know that we're running out of road to kick the can down. We're at the end, and now it's the time to act. Anything you can do to support us will not only be appreciated, it'll be a meaningful investment in our future for our students and our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Next up would be Liz Larkin, President of the CTA.
I'll try to go quick, but I am long-winded. Good evening, Cranston City Council members. I'm Elizabeth Larkin, and I'm president of the Cranston Teachers Alliance, and I'm also a social studies teacher at Parkview Middle School. 38 years, if you count subbing, 39 years employed in the Cranston Public Schools. I have always been a proud Cranston Teachers Alliance member. I have had leadership roles for decades, and I am in my 16th year as president. It is unfortunate that 2 mayors and 2 superintendents and myself that some issues may have become personal. What is being stated here is a fact. Negative actions solicit mistrust and break working relationships. Working together in a collaborative manner is far more difficult to achieve than stopping communication, all communication, and resolving everything by grievance and the courts. Many people have informed me that they were told that I am the problem. I assure you, I am not the problem. We have been the solution many times over. All these people here have been the solution for the city of Cranston's constant financial woes. Over almost 4 decades, don't count that in my minutes, please. Thank you. Almost over 4 decades, I have seen a lot of elected officials come and go. Many have supported our educational system. Some blocked progress. Blocked progress. I'm trying to read fast due to obstructionist political views. Some supported unions, and some of them despised unions. Some brought their own educational experiences to the table, and some of them were negative. Some carried their elected officials' water by delivering the messages. I've seen it all. When you attend a lot of meetings, you begin to connect the dots. This council has a few educators, 4 former school committee members, and other elected officials that have a strong support for our school community and have been very open to dialogue with the CTA. This has not always been the case, and I appreciate each and every one of you honoring your pledges to try. So once again, I stand before you to not only encourage you to support the superintendent's budget, but to fully fund the schools. She should not have to grovel and beg year after year and have the tin cup out trying to get extra funds. Throughout the 16 years of my leadership, I have repeated over and over again that the level funding, underfunding, and barely funding cannot continue. We have eliminated programs. We have eliminated curriculum. We have eliminated staff. We have watched our former mayor, Mayor Fung, hand the keys to our school budget over to a big box corporate charter, Achievement First, which has pilfered from our Fund 1 before it even begins every year for millions and millions of dollars. We have returned raises. We have changed schedules. We have brought in millions and millions of dollars of grants from our national union, American Federation of Teachers, to pay for unfunded mandates. The city leadership always states that they support the schools, but that reality is not in the city of Cranston. They have not always supported the public schools for a very long time, and at least 16 years. And the mayors and, other elected officials have relied heavily on state aid. That is a fact. Yet we still achieve great things with all these people in the schools. While we are very proud of our Blue Ribbon School and all the accolade and the Milliken Awards and everything, all of our schools are flourishing. They are individual communities with unique cultures. We should not dwell on standardized tests, demeaning our schools and our students. Our students are not a number. They are learning in our schools, achieving, flourishing, graduating, and becoming productive, successful members of our society. The mayor stated that we should give our best to the citizens of Cranston. We have, we do, and we will continue to give. However, it is time to give to the schools. It's time for the community and the city of Cranston to give to the schools, to give to their employees and fully fund them. I was at a meeting when someone stated Cranston Public Schools should cut the bloat. Cut the bloat? We are the second largest district in the state of Rhode Island. The superintendent and her team are streamlined. We have the largest high schools, needing more administrators to monitor 1,800 kids that walk the halls. Bloat. We have been on a strict regimen of diuretics. And, correct. And an austerity diet plan for decades. We find ourselves among the lowest compensated in the state for all of our school employees. That's unacceptable, and I'm almost done, Dan.
Okay, you know.
Your educators deserve better. We deserve equitable treatment, the same consideration given to other departments. And I want you all to know that Cranston Public Schools and my members are my pride and joy. And I thank you all for everything that you do every day. It is not easy. You should be supported by the city of Cranston. And I ask this great council to facilitate that support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lockwood. There you go. Thank you, Ms. Larkin. Next up to speak would be School Committee Member Melillo, Anthony Melillo.
Thank you. Oof, I should have went second. Oof. My glasses on here. My name is Anthony Melillo. I live at 33 Harvard Street, Cranston, Rhode Island. I am Vice Chairman of the School Committee. Council President Marino, Vice President Dan Wall, and members of the City Council. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of Cranston Public Schools, and especially the 11,226 students we serve. As we plan for the next academic year, we as a school committee respectfully ask that you seriously consider additional funds and financial support. And let me explain why I'm making such a request. Each year, the Cranston School Committee faces significant challenges in balancing our budget while maintaining a high-quality education that our students deserve. Several key factors contribute to these challenges. Unfunded legislative mandates. State and federal requirements often come without the necessary funding, forcing us to find ways to cover costs without additional support. Transportation costs, rising fuel costs, contractual obligations, and the need to ensure safe and reliable transportation for our students continues to strain our budget. Out-of-district costs. For students requiring specialized services outside the district, tuition and transportation expenses create financial burdens. Special education costs. Providing essential services to students with diverse learning needs is a top priority, yet funding often falls short as what is required. Aging infrastructure. Our school buildings, 22 schools to be exact, 15 elementary, 4 middle schools, and 3 high schools require significant maintenance. This man just ripped an arm off a chair, accidentally, of course. And upgrades need to cover a safe and effective learning environment. Our teachers, and listen to this for a second, our teachers rank 19th in pay compared to other districts such as Warwick, East Greenwich, East Providence, Cumberland, and North Kingston, to name a few, making it difficult to attract and retain educators for our students. Furthermore, some of our employees and staff earn less than a 16-year-old busboy at a local restaurant. That's not, hear that again. Some of our staff makes less than a 16-year-old busboy at a local restaurant. These disparities undermine the ability to provide a quality education and services to our community and what they expect and deserve. Despite these challenges, we remain committed to delivering the best education possible. Though our 11,226 students make up nearly 11% of Cranston's population, they are 100% of our future. Investing in education today is an investment in the long-term success of our city. I don't want to sound ungrateful, so I want to thank Mayor Hopkins for $2.234 million. I appreciate his efforts. However, as the second largest school district in the state, Cranston must provide adequate resources to retain qualified teachers and staff, thus ensuring the highest quality education for our students. The mayor's proposed $2.3 million budget increase represents only a portion of the $3.9 million requested. The school committee budget has already includes over $2 million in savings and reductions. Deeper cuts will only erode and jeopardize Cranston's quality education system. Please, please, please consider the negative consequences of further cuts to a great system. I hope you will be able to find in the budget additional funds to allocate to the children of the Cranston Public Schools. We urge you to support our schools through these challenges. Your partnership is essential to ensuring that every Cranston student has access to the resources and opportunities they need to succeed, and they deserve to succeed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next up to speak, Keith Catone, School Committee member.
Thank you, Councilman Wall, and good evening to everyone. I'm up here, honored members of the council, all of you coming out to support our schools and the audience. My name is Keith Catone. I represent Ward 1 on the school committee. I'm a middle school student at Parkview, a 7th grader, and live at 61 Windsor Road, which you can find on the website. So last week, Mayor Hopkins proposed a $2,279,000 increase to the city's appropriation for the schools. That's 2.3% over the current appropriation. Our school committee's budget proposed an increase of $3,971,175 to be exact, which is 4.0% increase over this year's appropriation. The increase from the mayor is a much welcome departure from the past 2 years when we've heard proposed level funding for our schools. And to the mayor's credit, I want to be clear that the $2.28 million increase is the largest from the city in 15 years. And the 15-year timeframe seems interesting because Ms. Larkin was also talking about the last 15 years. However, the kind of double-edged sword that creates is because it's the largest increase in the last 15 years, it is not enough to fund our needs. So while it is important to recognize that this is a big departure from past practice, due to the chronic underfunding of schools, it does not meet our needs. As Mr. Melillo just pointed out, our school committee's quote unquote balanced budget already has a built-in assumption of $2.4 million in savings, which just for everyone is clear, savings is another fancy way of saying cuts. So those have not yet been identified. That's how we balance our budget going forward to say, well, we'll figure it out as the year goes, how not to overspend. The mayor's budget proposal, just to be clear, would increase that number to $4.1 million in cuts in the budget. Many of you sitting up there have stood where I am right now, having been on the school committee. You know that this budget, there's no fat, there's no fluff, there's no flex. So you've poured through the same documents from our same superintendent, from our same chief financial officer. These are not, there's not $4 million in here to just get rid of without doing it on the backs of our staff and our children. So we have no rainy day fund to speak of. That was pointed out earlier, and I don't know if it was pointed out, forgive me, Chairman Fusco, if you said this, but that's not present because we used it in FY24 to balance the budget. So we cleaned out, due to chronic underfunding, our rainy day fund just to survive. So to be clear, our per pupil expenditure will continue to lag behind our peers, the state average. We will still struggle to pay our teachers, administrators, and other staff what they deserve. And we will continue to need to search for ways to make cuts, including increasing class sizes and limiting or cutting services and programs without the proper funding. Also in the budget presentation, Mayor Hopkins said that the state has to step up to provide more funding for our schools as well. I completely agree. And we need to help our state delegation, I'm speaking to everyone in the room right now, understand that they need to fight to improve the education funding formula so that Cranston gets its fair share and the support we need to serve a student population that is increasingly complex in its educational needs. In fact, I just learned this past weekend, that the state systematically undercounts economically disadvantaged students in a way that mathematically withholds at least $4 million in additional state funding from Cranston schools alone. And actually undercounts in a way it withholds millions of dollars from the whole state. There's actually only one, if they properly counted, there's only one district that would actually get a little less money. Every single other district in the state would get more if there was a proper counting. But I do challenge the implication that we face our current budget situation due solely to state underfunding, and want to share a few quick facts.
Mr. Catone, please make it
Yes,
quick.
sir. Quick facts. Over the last 15 years, the city has increased its contributions to the school department by a total of $12,865,730, an average of about $858,000 a year. That translates to a 15% increase over 15 years. In that same period, the state has increased its total to the schools by over $49 million, over $3.2 million a year, which represents an increase over the last 15 years of 166%. So the state is contributing to our schools. Over that period, or more recently, we've gone from having 60% of the budget covered by the city to only 54% of the budget covered by the city. So I will wrap up here, Dan. These numbers illustrate what happens when year after year, we do squeeze the school's budget. And the cumulative impact is coming to a head. We can't raise revenue as a school department. The only folks that have the power to raise revenue in this room are you all. I understand that raising revenue might mean increasing city tax rates. And I do know the people that I talk to say that they're willing to pay more in taxes if they see it come back to them in city services. When's the last time you just got a round of applause for you're willing to pay more taxes? Let that sink in. We know what this costs. We know what's at stake. We know we're coming up
Mr.
on
McComb.
uncertain times,
Mr.
and we know
Catone.
for certain that we can't mortgage our future and mortgage our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Next speaker, Jeff DeVarn.
Hey, everybody. Jeff DeVarn, Cranston resident, father, taxpayer. Just found out my son's teacher is getting laid off, actually. So I was encouraged to hear Mayor Hopkins talk about investing in the schools, investing in our children. It's a change in tune for him, right, after the past couple of years. $2.3 million sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but as you've heard tonight, it's not even close to enough. But I'll take it as an acknowledgement that the schools have been shorted for the past several years. So I'm glad that folks are paying attention and willing to come out supporting, doing a little more for the schools, or a lot more in some cases, right? Now, I came here to urge the council and the mayor to do more for the schools. But I also came here to urge Cranston residents to consider if they want Cranston to be a place where the schools have to be taken to the financial brink, where alarm bells have to sound on the school budget, when there's people in this city who run to the schools for photo ops. They run to the schools to celebrate the accomplishment in the schools, but they're nowhere to be found when it's time to give out the money. So I want Cranston residents to consider if they want Cranston to be that kind of city. I don't. I know the state puts a burden on the schools too. That's uncalled for. But I would like to see Cranston be the kind of city that honors its schools, that treats the schools like the pillar of this city that they have been. The pride of this city that they have been, and not a political stepping stone or a photo op. So please, please do what you can, what you know is the right thing for the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeVarn. Our next speaker, school committee member, Catherine Crowley.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here this evening. Catherine Crowley, 290 Mashantucket Valley Parkway, Cranston, Rhode Island. This is my first foray into politics as a member of the school committee, but I'm going to talk to you from experience tonight and to what can happen if we don't fully fund our schools now. I'm going to say the words teachers, 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 paras, paras, paras. Students are our greatest natural resource. And unless we pay these people a competitive raise, they are going to leave Cranston. I speak from experience as the former superintendent in East Providence. We were second from the bottom. Block Island was the only district that was lower than East Providence. And as you mentioned just this evening, someone, Cranston is below East Providence now. East Providence is up there. It took me 8 years to get it there, but they're there. I saw where we would have teachers come that first year, and then the next year, they'd get a better job with more money. And in this economy, that's going to happen. I lived it. I lived it until we could get those salaries up to be competitive and keep the quality of the teachers we have. I had grandchildren that went through, one's a senior, almost through, and you have some outstanding teachers here. I am now the interim superintendent in Foster. Some of your teachers actually live in Foster. I know a lot of us don't even know where Foster is, but, and we've had conversations. But I am telling you from experience, unless we provide a competitive salary for these people, we are going to lose these teachers, and that would be a shame. I talk from experience. Someone mentioned this evening, I think several of us, the capital improvement line item or rainy day fund. We had to begin to establish that in East Providence. I don't want to happen here what happened to me when an engineer comes up to me and said, Mrs. Crowley, I hate to tell you this as superintendent, you're operating on a wing and a prayer because our high school is just about to fall down. Take a look at 100-year-old high school here that we're standing in, which has been kept quite well, I might add, but it doesn't meet the 21st century education that our students deserve or that the teachers deserve to teach in. The labs are not sufficient to support the sciences. I have traveled to the various schools, some of the elementary schools, and I want to say, I think the superintendent has done an excellent job in her staff in providing new schools and doing additions to schools. But a lot of your elementary schools are in trouble. If you go through and you look, they're in serious trouble. And you have to consider that. And it scares me as a member of this school committee to think that that line item has next to nothing in it. And I'm going to give you an example. I heard that Baines elevator is broken. The cafeteria is on the second floor. How do we get handicapped children up to the second floor to eat lunch? I want someone to answer that question for me now. And I could go on and give you some examples. It's frightening to me that the condition of some of the schools, through no one's fault. You can't level fund a school district for 2 years and expect to make up for it in 1 year by giving us more money. You cannot make up for it in just 1 year. Another very volatile line item, I know he's pointing at me, I'm sorry, Dan. Another volatile line item is special education out of district placement. It's the most volatile line item in any school district's budget. You never know. You get 6 families that move in, you get 1 family that moves in. They may have a student out of state that costs you anywhere between what, Joe, maybe $60,000 to $120,000. Have no control over that. You can't do anything about it. They have an IEP. You have to provide for that. That's a volatile line item. We don't have enough in that line item as well to support that. That's a dangerous line item. As I said, you cannot make up the funding in 1 year. All right, you need to fully fund this budget. Our superintendent and her staff has presented what I consider a very good budget. And this school committee that I'm sitting on now, I'm very proud of them too, because we all voted to support her budget, and we should support her budget. Thanks, Dan.
Our next speaker is Elaine, I hope I'm saying it correctly, Boucher.
Hi, everyone. My name's Eliane Boucher. I live at 43 Magnolia Street. I have 2 sons in the Cranston Public School District, a 5th grader at Dew Temple Elementary and an 8th grader at Parkview Middle School. I'm also the current president of the PTO at Dew Temple, and I've served on the PTO for about 8 years. I'm here today to ask the City Council to fully fund the school district's requested budget. For the last 2 years, we've seen our school district get level funded. Last year, we heard our local government tell them to do more with less. Well, they got the assignment. While I'm less involved in the middle school, I can say based on what I've seen at Dew Temple with absolute certainty that I have seen our teachers and staff rally and do just that, more with less. Through their Herculean efforts at Dew Temple recently increased its star rating to a 3-star school due to improved performance in ELA and math. And as of last week, Dew Temple was ranked number 2 in the district for daily and chronic attendance. But at some point, there's only so much you can cut and so much you can expect from your educators and support staff before they burn out. And when they do, it's not just the staff that suffer, but the students too. My kids too, other parents' kids too. The lack of adequate funding for our schools has also put pressure on the parent groups like our PTO to fill the gaps. Dew Temple has filtered water stations, a bike rack, a resurfaced blacktop, and more, all thanks to the PTO and contributions from our families. Just a couple of weeks ago, we raised over $900 from our library for the second year in a row. But this places additional financial burden on our families who are already facing increased financial pressures due to inflation, while creating disparities between our schools here in Cranston. While some district schools in more affluent areas may be able to raise $25,000 in a single fundraiser, those of us at Title I schools often can't raise that much in a year. I can tell you we're lucky if we raise $8,000 to $10,000 in a year, and we stretch that budget. We also do more with less. At some schools, there are no parent groups. And at other schools, I know there's a couple of parents that are desperately trying to get one back up and running. The result is some schools have much more financial support from their parent groups than others in our district. Adequate funding at the district level helps to distribute the funds more equitably. So I ask you, members of the City Council, to recognize that our teachers and staff have proven that they can do more with less, but now we should let them do more with more. Our students deserve to see what this district is capable of when it is fully funded. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Janice Ruggieri.
Oh, okay. Janice Ruggieri, 45 Overhill Road. Got it. 45 Overhill Road. Sorry, it's been a while. So 15 years, I've either stood before you, sat at a table at meetings, or been in the audience for budget hearings, or as we should say, Groundhog Day, because every year the school department has to come and, to use a phrase of a former colleague of mine, be beggars at the trough. I'm actually here tonight to challenge the City Council to look at the city budget and look at other departments and find funding that might be cut and moved over to the school departments. Just a quick glance, and this is no disrespect to any other department in the city, and I want to make that very clear. I looked at the budget very quickly, and this kind of stood out to me. In the fire department, there's a line item in the budget, and I've said this for multiple years, for uniform cleaning for $278,000. The police department is $231,600. That's just for uniform cleaning. I'm not sure what the dollar amount is per employee, but I believe it's a nice little chunk of change. And they are not required to provide receipts to prove that they have gotten their uniforms cleaned. In addition, there's a line item in their budget for uniforms for both fire and police, coming to $205,000 and $150,000, a total of $864,600 for uniform cleaning and uniforms. Now, I'm not saying that that's not an important line item. I'm thinking we can do a little bit better. from an overtime perspective, there's $4.5 million in the fire department budget for overtime and $163,600 in the police department budget for overtime, to a total of $6,463,600. That's just overtime. From a planning perspective, I'm also looking as to why the city is planning on spending $600,000 on computer infrastructure if in 3 years there's a line item to replace fire headquarters to the tune of $20 million. So I'm just challenging this city council to look at your entire city's budget and see where there actually might be some fat to be cut, not the school's budget.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Stephanie Culhane.
He said, be nice. First, I'm going to raise the microphone, Janice. Good evening, honored city council, to the fine employees of Cranston and the citizens of Cranston. Good evening. Stephanie Culhane, 6 Brentwood Drive, Johnston. However, I've stood before this, before the council and before the city now. I think I came to Cranston Public Schools in 2005 when my daughter was in kindergarten. I think I started coming to school committee meetings, I don't know, Janice, 2006 or 7. Began on the school committee in 2008, where I started talking about my children, my oldest, who was class of 2019, my middle, who was class of 2021. And now I come to you finally as the mom of Tucker, who is class of 2025. So finally, I've reached the threshold. And so I still have a horse in the game, even though I don't live in the city anymore. And much as Janice said, as one of our colleagues used to say, once again, a beggar at the trough. There are 4 of you that sit here tonight. Most of you are sitting very attentively. Some of you aren't. I used to get called down on it every once in a while. And I know what it's like to sit here for hours and listen to people for hours say the same thing over and over and over again. It's tiresome. You have a thankless job. And I so sincerely understand that, because I had that thankless job for 12 years. I had that thankless job and it was unpaid for 12 years. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But the point is that people move to a city to have, because they have great schools. Respectfully to every other department, it's not why people come to invest in a city. Young families want to invest in a city for the quality of the schools. I'm living in a city right now that lost its accreditation. I'm so thankful, respectfully to my own city, that my son does not have to go to school in that city. In a city that lost its high school accreditation, can you imagine the shame and embarrassment? A child couldn't even possibly go to college in a city whose school lost its accreditation. We're not anywhere near that here in Cranston, but imagine if we were. Year after year after year, we come before the city council. And there are 4 of you right now that know intimately exactly what we're begging for. So you know the numbers. You know there's no fat. You know there's nowhere to cut. And you know intimately that if this school committee has to cut anywhere, it is going to impact the children's education. It's going to impact employment for our employees. But ultimately, it's going to impact the city. It's going to impact the city that already gets looked at and people say, why aren't your scores as good as Barrington? Everybody knows why our scores aren't as good as Barrington. It's a different city. It's a different landscape. And we don't want to be like Barrington or East Greenwich or any of those other cities. We're proud of the city we have. We're proud of the residents we have. We're proud of the children we have. I'm so proud of this city. I was raised here. I grew up here. I've raised my children here, and I chose to send my children to school here because I'm proud of the schools. I'm proud of what this city has to offer. I'm proud of the students here. the educators here and everything that it has to offer. And I want to continue to be proud. I want my children to continue to be proud to say, I went to school in Cranston, but we can only do that if we're funded and we don't have to keep making cuts. I was part of a school committee that had to do some really devastating things. I had to go home and say to my children, I had to cut your music program. I had to cut your gifted education program. I had to do that to my own kids, not just to 11,000 other children. I had to do it to my own kids. That was a terrible thing, but we rose ourselves out of that. We worked really hard. We worked together. We saved. These teachers took 3 years of zeros. There is not another city union that took 3 zeros, but these teachers did, to help to save this city and to save these schools. And I'm so damn proud of every single one of them. And you should all be too. So I think we owe it to our students. We owe it to our city to do what we can to try to find the few $1 million that we really need to make us whole. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Nina, looks like Vocchio, and I apologize if I said it wrong. Nina Vocchio.
Hi, my name is Nina Vocchio. I live at 23 Harvard Street in Cranston. I am the parent of 3 students who attend Cranston Public Schools. Today I want to talk to you about my oldest son, Wyatt, who's autistic and faces many, many challenges that affect his school experience. Despite those challenges that he faces this year, his 2nd grade year at Garden City School has been the most positive and successful experience he's ever had. He's always had caring, hardworking, dedicated teachers at every school he's been in, and he absolutely still does at Garden City School. But I want to point out some of what's different there for him. Smaller class size, appropriate paraprofessional support, full-time building-based support professionals, not ones that are there 2 days a week, one school, 3 days at another, but there's those that are there all the time to support him. Multiple supportive administrators and more. The best parts of school for him are the hands-on experiential learning projects, the opportunities for inclusion with his regular education peers, which happen naturally within the structure of the new facilities. I'm sure you've seen them. And also the community that's able to be fostered by their staff and their students within the structure of those facilities. So I just want you to consider that fully funding our schools really means supporting our most vulnerable student population. It means ensuring that the students who need it desperately get access to the services they need, the environments that they thrive in, the learning materials that work best for their brains, the faculty and staff that support them to thrive. And I urge you to fully fund our schools because kids like mine are really counting on it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Christina Modi. Christina Modi. I get your name, sir. I apologize.
All right. Hi, my name is Chintan Modi, not Christina, but that's okay. Hopefully you'll get it right next time. It's a difficult name. I'm sure you have never seen it before. All right. So as you know, my name is Chintan Modi. I live on 168 Parkview Boulevard. I'm a parent of a smart, beautiful 1st grader. She goes to Rhodes Elementary. We moved to Cranston 4 years ago. So me and my wife, we moved to Rhode Island about over 10 years ago, came to Brown, and then decided to stay. I've worked in Cambridge, but we decided to make Rhode Island our home. And then we decided to move to Cranston. As a former educator and a parent, I'm deeply concerned with how the Cranston School District is funded. I came to funding hearing last year. It seems that there is a perpetual crisis. That is, the funding of the teachers, the funding of the schools, and the schools themselves are in, as many pointed out, are in dire strait, right? Some of the schools needs to be upgraded, and the schools that my daughter goes to is in real condition, right? Real bad condition. Actually, as an immigrant, I came to this country over 30 plus years ago, didn't even speak English, and put myself through school, all the way to graduate school and postdoctoral fellowship. I come here and I look at Rhodes Elementary. I'm embarrassed. It's actually in worse case than a lot of third world country schools. I think we need to do better. This city, this country is rich. It is the richest country in this world, right? And to me, we cannot fund this school. We cannot fund these teachers. We tell these teachers year after year, take a zero, do better, while the inflation is going up, right? Over the last 4 or 5 years, how many? 22, 25% cumulative inflation increase. To say that, and then we say that, look, we are not increasing taxes. I looked it up quickly on ChatGPT to see what is the tax rate on surrounding school districts and counties, right? We are the lowest. We are 1.361%. The closest to us is 1.4%, right? Warwick. Everyone else is increasing taxes. Now, increasing taxes can be politically, a bit tricky. But to say that not to increase taxes and not fund teachers and tell them to be competitive at the same time is kind of asking best of all world, having a cake and eating too. I don't think we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to continue to do that, right? As somebody just pointed out, that we cannot attract good middle-class family and maintain them without a good school district. If the schools are not performing at the level, the teachers are unhappy, right? If you're unhappy and you're going to work, you are stressed out about your own personal life because you cannot pay your bills, how are you going to take care of 30 kids? Let's think about it. And if the kids are our future and we love our kids, we are not doing best by them, right? We are trying to save some money. So I did a back of the envelope calculation. I'm a scientist, so I do numbers all day long. Quickly, if we have $500,000 house, right? And you increase the property tax from 1.36% to 1.4%, that's $100 a year. That's going out for dinner one night, right? I think we can all afford that. I think I can afford that. I think I can afford more than that for my child to have a better school. So what I say right now, if nobody else will say, increase the taxes, make the education funding whole, make the schools better, make them function, right? Even our playgrounds are not functional. That's another whole issue that I can talk about. But right now I will not breach that. But to say that we cannot do better is tone deaf right now. I think the moment of the hour is that, the point of the hour is that increase the budget, increase the taxes if need be, and make the budget and the school district whole. And start that with 2025. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janine Lunn.
Okay, hi. I'm Janine Lunn. I live at 1291 Narragansett Boulevard, and I haven't lived in Cranston very long, and I don't have any kids in the school, but I am a retired public school teacher from Vermont, And I want to say thank you so much to the school committee members who have listened to gotten my emails and responded to me. I appreciate it so much because I have a lot of catching up to do. And I didn't really know anything about Rhode Island, and I sure didn't know, I'd never even heard of Cranston when I moved here. But being here tonight and hearing all the passion people have for their public schools, which I personally feel are the most important part of any city, makes me really happy that I moved here and really proud that now can say I'm a Cranston, Rhode Island resident. I am speaking in support of the school committee's proposed budget and would like it to see it fully funded at their asking amount of, I think, $3.9 million. The budget proposed by the mayor gives the schools significantly less than they believe is needed. And you've already heard about how Cranston spends less per pupil than other state averages, and they spend even like $3,000 less per pupil than the state average. And I've heard a lot about this level funding, and it's just time. We just have to catch up. And I'm especially very concerned right now because maybe we're not going to have a federal Department of Education, and maybe we're going to have all these big cuts to Medicaid, and that's even more money that our schools stand to lose. So we just have to really, I believe we all have to work together to be sure our schools are fully funded at the level the superintendent and the school committee support. As a teacher, I know that it's really, even I was an art teacher, so that's kind of a party class. But even I know how hard it is when you have 30 people in a classroom. And I know how hard it is when you don't have a para to support you because it's just art. So I know that to be an effective teacher, it helped me to have decent class sizes, which I usually did in Vermont. But I never had para educators, and I really could have used some. Yeah, and I also am worried or concerned that students haven't really recovered from COVID, and that our educational systems haven't recovered from that. So I just think we need to be sure we're funding things to the level that these people feel they need. And even though I'm mainly living on Social Security, which might also go away, I support raising taxes to fund the schools. Our taxes are pretty low in Cranston, even though they seem like a crap load of money to me. Compared to Vermont, it was pretty shocking. But anyway, I so passionately feel that schools are the heart of our democracy, and democracy is under tremendous attack right now. So this is a place we can really stand up for democracy and for the very heart of our community. So thank you so much.
Next speaker, Len Pavlov. I got that one wrong too, Len.
Your spelling.
I think that was Janine's fault. She can't spell. Good evening. My name is Lev with a V. Poplo, spelled exactly how it's pronounced, exactly how it's spelled. So I want to thank you, members of City Council, for giving ordinary people like myself a chance to come talk. I've only recently become involved in the politics of our city, although I've lived here 15 years. I recognize some of you from the Planning Commission meeting we had a few weeks ago, and now here I am again. And if any of you remember from that meeting, you know that what I care about is the people. So just to begin with, for all the support that you have given the schools, for the heroic effort of our school committee and our administrators and all of these teachers, I just want to say thank you to them. At the same time, though, I think it is vitally important that our students get the kind of education so that they can make their way in the 21st century. As I've learned more about this issue, I've learned how underfunded our school department is. I've learned how we've level funded for a number of years. I now understand that cannot continue. How are we supposed to deliver the education that our students need and deserve to build our city for the future if we can't provide them with what they need? I fully support the budget that's been put forth by our school committee. You know, I was lucky. I grew up in a time when public school was valued in this country, when we didn't have a lot of debates over how much funding the schools deserved. I went to school. I went to school that had arts programs, drama programs, choirs, shop, technical stuff, home economics. We taught people about how to manage their finances. And by the way, we still managed to teach them English and arithmetic and science and everything that they needed. We don't do that anymore. And I know that I can't convince you to spend that kind of money because 3.9 million is not going to get that. Probably need 8 or 10 million to get that. But I think you understand my point here. We got to find this money. I'm imploring you. You know, I don't have kids in the school. I'm too old for that at this point. And I'm willing to pay higher property taxes. A woman came up a little earlier ago. I think her name was Janice. Janice, you are effing brave. You talked about taking money away from the police and the fire departments. I know it wasn't personal, but I think her point was well taken. Maybe what we need to do is take a look at the entire budget of our city and ask, can we cut back a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit here? Can we raise property taxes a little bit? And then all of a sudden, we have $3.9 million. I think you can do it. I think you should do it. I think myself and everybody in this room and everybody in our city would benefit if you did that. Thank you very much.
Next up, Karen Rosenberg.
My name is Karen Rosenberg. I live at 46 Bow Street. I'm not going to take up 4 minutes. I just came out to say that I saw the statistics about the per pupil spending in Cranston versus other Rhode Island communities. I heard how underpaid the teachers are here. I don't have a kid in the school system, but I feel like teaching the kids is really important. Paying teachers and other school staff a reasonable wage is important. I had the honor of representing teachers in union negotiations before I retired, and wasn't the people that we usually represented, but we had a couple of charter schools, and I could not believe how hard teachers work and how hard a job it is and how dedicated they are. And I think that's probably characteristic across the whole field. And they deserve better. And I think it's embarrassing that Cranston is so far behind other communities. And I think about also what's going on right now in this country, how the federal government is, just in chaos. The economy is in chaos. And we're potentially looking at losing funding from the federal government for education. And besides everything else, I feel guilty to be an adult and look at what we're handing over to our kids. And so we're not talking about a lot of money in the scheme of things. And I too, as a Cranston taxpayer, am willing to pay more so that we can do right by the kids in the city.
Next speaker, Paige Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening. My name is Paige Chafee. I live at 15 Lantern Lane. I started working for Cranston Schools in 2019, and I currently teach history at Cranston West. Everyone here should know that my colleagues always show up every day to do their best for their kids despite the challenges. Anyone who doubts that has not spent any time in our schools. I want to speak a bit about two very specific challenges that come to mind for me personally. When I first was moved to teach at West from Western Hills, because I got pink slipped when I moved in 2021, I didn't have heat in my classroom for 2 years. Despite the best efforts of my admin team and physical plant, this just was not something that could be fixed in a timely manner. It's currently fixed, but there's a literally all the time. So what did I do about it besides being the squeaky wheel? I bought a heated vest that I wore from 7:25 in the morning to 2:15 every single day for months on end. I even had to look up if I was in danger of overexposing myself to the electronic heat provided in my vest, because I wouldn't go a day without it because it was that cold. I know a lot of my colleagues have similar stories. Who's got a heated blanket, heated vest, heater, space heater? Come on. And from a student perspective, I don't know how you can learn if you're shivering, if you're that cold. I really don't. I also currently keep not one, but 2 buckets at the ready for the rain, for the drip. Despite, not literal brand name Band-Aids, but to call it what it is, a Band-Aid, duct tape, the water still gets in. We need to fully fund our schools and have the funds to keep up with our facilities. Cranston schools face other challenges than just physical ones. For years, for example, I used to be able to teach a co-taught inclusion class. These were some of my favorite classes because it was super diverse. Everyone was kind of pushed to learn in that mixed setting. I used to be able to co-teach with a really dedicated, qualified special educator. This yielded great results. Everyone received the attention they needed, and it was a really good vibe in there. The whole class benefited. However, starting this year, because of cuts, level funding cuts, whatever you call it, that's not an option anymore in my department. So co-teaching is not an option. Inclusion classes are gone in the history department, which is a real shame because it's super text heavy where we need that support. Not only is that support gone, but now the class size has also increased. I'm doing my best, not to toot my own horn. I think I'm doing a darn good job meeting the challenge, but it's naive to think that this is not a bad direction to go in, right? That's obviously not good. We cannot keep doing more with less. I do appreciate the mayor asking for an increase, but clearly it's not enough. We all know everything's about to get more expensive, including the materials I buy with my own funds for my classroom, especially if that includes all new maps that say Gulf of America on them. It's called a Sharpie. That's what we're going to do. I'm very proud to say I just in February bought my first home, scraping by with my husband. And I really wanted to move to this community because of the schools. I guess I have a lot more inside knowledge that you can't get from the rankings and ratings on Zillow. My lovely realtor was actually a little confused when I say, oh, why Cranston? The schools. Oh, okay. Normally we hear anywhere else for the schools. But we're here to say that we have the power to change that. If we want people to move here, stay here, help Cranston grow, we need to invest in the schools. I want to stay here. That's the whole plan. I would like to have a family and raise my kids here and have them go through my schools. But who knows if that will be part of the future, if the schools just continue to deteriorate. The ceiling tile falls on me and takes me out. Who knows? We've heard a lot about the strides our professionals are making to deliver the best education we can. I'm blown away by the successes of our students year after year, especially being at a high school level. Can you imagine what we could be celebrating if these schools are fully funded? So I respectfully thank you for your time and ask the committee to approve the proposed school budget. Thank you.
Next speaker, James Morrow.
James Muro, 105 Concord Avenue. Two kids in the school system. My wife is a teacher. I just want to thank all the teachers who are here. You guys are amazing. I just want to reflect on what I'm hearing tonight. And it sounds to me like we want to define our moral compass. It sounds to me like Cranston is not doing that in the state. We're kind of falling behind, and even our students here probably feel a little neglected, as we can tell. I know there's a lot of numbers to throw out there, but to me, like, it's a simple decision. Show these students and these amazing teachers your support. Show the state how to handle this. Let's be leaders. Let's not be followers. And let's fund these schools, please, please. Thank you.
Next speaker, Meg Johnson.
Hi, Meg Cressy Johnson. I live at 145 Villa Avenue, and I will try to keep it short. I am a mom. I have a child at Edgewood Highland School, and I have another child, Edgewood Highland, at Parkview. I'm co-president of the Edgewood Highland PTO, and I'm an educator myself. I appreciate everyone who has come out tonight, all you speakers, people advocating for our schools, our teachers, our community, our kids. And I just want to be another person that shares and feels like I should urge the city council to fund our schools and use this school committee's proposal. One second. And while the mayor has increased some of the budget, it is not enough. We have amazing families, amazing PTOs filling in these gaps at our schools, especially at our Title I schools. I can go on and on about painting a school if you want to hear more. I can talk about finding money for playgrounds if you want to talk about that more. So PTOs and families are doing that work. We also have the best, the most amazing educators in our schools. We have the best people leading our schools. We have the best people cleaning our schools, and these people deserve their schools to be funded. And then we got some kids who don't always deserve everything, but they do deserve to have amazing schools, an amazing city, and a community that we want to be proud of. And so please, we urge you as a PTO, as families, to fund our schools.
Give us more.
Money.
Money.
Yeah.
Next speaker, Katie Kelly.
Hi, I'm Katie Kelly, 1122 Narragansett Boulevard. I am the Vice President of the Edgewood Highland PTO. I'm a mom of a kindergartner and a soon-to-be preschooler. And last year, I was here to ask for more money for our playground just to be brought up to code so that our kids could actually use it and play on it. Today, I'm here to ask for the schools to be fully funded. In just a few short years, my daughter being at Edgewood Highland, I have watched her grow and learn so much, and it's all because of the staff at the school. I am in awe of the hard work the teachers and staff put in for our kids. That's why I was so in awe to hear that they were so underfunded. The fact that the school committee's proposed budget, while asking for a huge increase, still takes into account that they're cutting teachers and staff is crazy to me. The fact that we still can't even meet that budget is even crazier. We are lucky to have an involved PTO organization at our school to fundraise and help support our staff. While the police are asking $400,000 for a new SWAT vehicle, a group of moms are spending what very little free time we have away from our kids to help teachers fund things like field trips, buy books for classrooms, and we even painted our own school because we were told it wasn't a priority. As someone who is just starting my journey and involvement in the Cranston public school system, I can only hope that things change for the better, that our schools become a priority. It's time we start putting our money in the right places, providing the right funding for our schools, and in turn, our futures. Thank you.
Next speaker, Alana Cottrell.
Hi, my name is Alana Cottrell. I'm at 100 Bartlett Ave in East Cranston, and I have a kindergartner at Edgewood Highland Elementary. Although I'm grateful for the proposed increase that the mayor has given us, I'm here to support the full school budget of at least a 4% increase to adequately fund our schools. I'm a huge proponent of public education. I'm a public educator in another school district. And I've seen firsthand of the burden that's put on teachers when that feeling when you can't adequately give the children in your class the services that they deserve and the attention that they need because there's not enough staff to support you, or there's not enough materials. A kid needs a wiggle stool to help them attend, and you have to get that off your local buy nothing group. In order to provide a free and appropriate public education for all of our students, we need the funds to resource that. We need help in the classrooms. We need supplies. Oftentimes we take that from our own budgets because that's what our kids need. But if the schools are underfunded, then the teachers are picking up that slack. That burden is placed on us. If class sizes get bigger, we bear the brunt of it. Our teachers bear the brunt of it. And that's not fair to the kids in the classrooms, and it's not fair to our teachers who are working. I mean, I deal with my one child and he's a handful, and these teachers with large class sizes. I believe that educating everyone takes everyone. We need your support as much as anything. It's the community support, it's the teachers, it's the parents. Everyone needs to get involved on behalf of our kids. Last week I was watching Mayor Hopkins' proposed budget, and my son was playing on his own, and he heard him say, "Together we will make Cranston stronger and better." And he jumped up, got so excited and said, "I know how to make Rhode Island better," because he's a kindergartner learning in school how to make his community better. And that's the generation of kids that we're servicing, and they deserve all the resources that we can give them. And that's all.
Perfect.
Thank you.
And I will apologize for saying this wrong right off the bat. It looks like Sarah Lou. Sarah? I know I got it wrong.
I apologize for my bad handwriting. So my name is Sarah Liu. I live at 191 Maplewood Ave. My son currently attends Gladstone at Barrows, and I did not come prepared with the most compelling speech, but that's okay because there's a lot of people that came before me that brought the facts. They've done an amazing job outlining how dire the situation currently is. But as has already been mentioned, Cranston's per student funding falls below the state average. Our teachers, staff, and most importantly, our students. I know my son feels this every single day. We have teachers that are working multiple jobs just to stay in this profession, which they do out of love. Today, volunteering in the school for the PTG, I'm making copies, and I'm watching students and teachers meet in storage closets. There's a sign outside the door that says storage closet, and it is being used as a space to conduct educational activities. Last year, my son's classroom was in a staff break room. So there's a 20-to-1 student to teacher ratio that's really widely considered the upper limit for effective learning. And beyond that, there are strongly associated declining learning outcomes. My son's class this year has 23 students. Last year, it was 25. Our teachers are doing an extraordinary job with what they've been given. Shout out to Ms. Gagnon. Thank you so much for everything that you do. To some people, staff cuts are a matter of numbers and paper and names and numbers. They don't care who those people are, but those staff cuts impact the most vulnerable members of our society, which is, of course, our kids. So I'm encouraged by the investment in a new Gladstone school. We are very excited to see that happening. It's absolutely a step in the right direction, but every student in this city deserves access to modern, accessible, and safe spaces to learn and to grow. So let's be clear, investing in public education is not just about buildings. It's about dignity, it's about opportunity, and it's about showing every child in Cranston that they matter regardless of their zip code. We see what's happening at the federal level. We know that public education is under attack, but all of you right here, right now, have the power to choose a different path for Cranston. You can choose to invest in our children, you can choose to respect and fairly compensate our teachers, and you can choose to prioritize the future of Cranston. So thank you for your time. And I just ask that you fully invest and fund our schools. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the list of people who signed up to speak here in the auditorium. Tom, is there any public comment online?
A reminder to the public, you need to hit the raise hand button if you'd like to speak, or down *9 if on a phone. I see no public comment.
That will close. All right, that will close public comment this evening. We're going to move on to public hearings. And the first public hearing will be on, as I flip over, school department. So we'll start it off like this, give you a little programming note. What the departments that come up, they're going to present their budget to the City Council Finance Committee. At that time, I'm going to go around. I'll probably go in a circular motion to be orderly, and we'll ask questions regarding each budget as we go. So if you want to speak first, Superintendent, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Thank you, City Council. I appreciate the time that you have given to all of the speakers who are here. And I just want to say to those of you who are still here sitting in this auditorium, I am humbled and I'm grateful for all of you to be here tonight. This was an extraordinary turnout, and I'm really grateful for all of you coming and supporting our schools and our kids. So thank you for being here. My name is, yes, thank you. My name is Janine Nadamasi. I'm the very proud superintendent for the Cranston Public Schools. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and I will be very quick tonight because I know what I am saying has been said many times over this evening. But I come before you with a deep sense of responsibility and urgency on behalf of our students, educators, and our entire community. Our schools are truly a source of pride here in Cranston, as you can see. Many of our faculty are alumni. Some of you up there are alumni. We are parents of our students, and we are relatives of our students. Our schools reflect the diversity and traditions that our city holds dear. We are the foundation of our future, and we must take a hard look at the challenges we face when it comes to providing the quality education our children, your children, and your grandchildren deserve. Assuredly, while I am here to advocate for our schools, I am not here to whine. I often get accused of that, but I am not whining. I know that the current state and national economies have made life difficult for many families. We want to maintain a quality school department for those families without crippling our city. However, underfunding is beginning to really take a toll on the quality of education that we can offer. As you know, public education is a long-term community investment, and when we fail to adequately support it, we risk shortchanging not only the students in our classroom, but the future of our entire community. Our buildings do need improvements, and hearing some of those stories tonight pained me. But they're right. Our buildings are falling apart, and we're putting very expensive Band-Aids just to get through the year. We are at a crossroads. If we want to continue to provide an enriching and comprehensive education to all of our students, we do need your support. We need an investment in the teachers and administrators who give their best every single day, often working with limited resources and facing ever-growing expectations from state and federal mandates, which often come without financial support. Retaining talented educators and administrators is essential. However, they cannot continue to work in environments where their contributions are not adequately recognized, compensated, or respected. For some reason, Cranston takes perverse pride in not paying its people. A couple of weeks ago, the Cranston Herald had us, yes, that's true. It's hard for you folks to find people even on your side because you don't pay competitive salaries. And the reality is that without the adequate financial support, we are at risk of losing some of our most talented professionals to other districts or industries that can offer better wages and resources. When teachers are overworked and underpaid, it becomes harder to keep them in our schools and classrooms, and ultimately, our students suffer. Additionally, we must offer robust programs that engage students and help them succeed both academically and personally. We support all students, from those with special academic or social emotional needs to those students for whom English is a new language, to students who excel in school and need wider opportunities. We strive to offer an impactful foundation for our students. We are especially proud of our nationally recognized career and technical education programs at all three of our high schools. In addition to our award-winning programs that support music, theater, and visual arts. Cranston High School West had students accepted to over 85 different colleges and universities, and Cranston High School East boasts 5 students accepted to the prestigious and extremely competitive Brown University. Yes. And that is a snapshot of the excellence of our student body. My administration works every day to be a good steward of taxpayer money. The comment that Mrs. Larkin made was adequate and spot on. We are not bloated. I don't care what people say, that is just so not true, and that's an image that is patently false. We want to have vibrant schools that provide opportunities for all of our graduates. However, without necessary funding, these programs are on the verge of being scaled back or eliminated completely. The time has come for us to act decisively. We need the funding to ensure our schools are fully staffed with talented educators, that our students have access to the programs they need, and that our staff is fairly compensated for their hard work. These are not just demands, they are needs, and they are essential to the continued growth and success of our entire community. Unfortunately, much of our spending is beyond our control. Costs from the state for pensions, healthcare claims, outside tuitions, et cetera, are just 3 examples of costs that we cannot control or in some cases even predict. On behalf of the teachers, administrators, and students of Cranston, I ask you to prioritize funding for our schools. Together, we can provide the resources and support necessary to help our students thrive, our educators remain in our classrooms, and our schools continue to be a source of genuine pride for every Cranstonian and all of you. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your commitment to the students of Cranston.
Thank you, Superintendent. Unless Mr. Balducci wants to add, no, before the question?
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take questions from the council. I'm going to start on this side. I'm going to start with Mr. Trafficante. If you have questions just on the school budget.
Mr. Chairman, first off, I want to compliment the speakers that are here tonight. You did an excellent job, especially members of the Cranston School Committee. I'm a bit partial towards that particular committee. Mrs. Callahan touched upon a topic that I want to elaborate on. The year was 2010, and it wasn't a very pretty scene for those of us on the Cranston School Committee. It wasn't pretty because of the lack of appropriate local funding for education back then by that administration. The school superintendent was Peter Nero, and the administration of the Cranston School Committee was faced with, by the way, by court order, funding only those programs that were must-have programs and eliminate those who were nice-to-have programs. The result was, as you well know, in 3 consecutive years, cutting all cultural art programs, cutting all after-school activities, cutting all middle school and high school sports programs, laying off several teachers, and increasing class sizes, just to name a few. I know that I, as a former educator, do not want to experience that situation again, and I know that the members of this committee do not want to see that also. Our 11,000 students were the big losers in that particular situation. And I know that the city council will make every effort to eliminate that kind of a situation. My first question, it really isn't a question, it's a clarification. Mr. Balducci, in the 2005-2006 budget assumptions by the administration, I'll read the statement. The total appropriation for the Cranston School Department for FY26, the next year's school, is $187.7 million, an increase of $7.7 million from FY25 adopted budget of $180 million. That statement is deceiving and it is incorrect. Would you mind correcting it, Joe, and clarifying what's wrong with that particular statement? When you look at the current year budget, 24-25, it's being understated on the city side by approximately $3.4 million. And the reason for that is that when this body adopted the 24-25 budget in early May, the state did not complete their budgeting process until mid-June. So when the General Assembly adopted the statewide budget to include education aid coming to all districts, Cranston was a winner. We received approximately $3 million more than what the governor had projected. That never made it into the city sides of the budget. So therefore, when you look at year over year, the current year budget is understated on the city document, is understated by about 3.4 million. So once that gets added in, then the increase would be approximately $2.3 million as proposed by the mayor, and then 1.9 approximately as proposed by the governor. So again, right now it stands at about $7 million. When you remove 3.4 million, that's the true increase year over year. If that makes, hopefully that makes sense, everybody. It does, Joe. What you're saying is that the adopted budget for the previous year should be 183.4 million. And when you subtract 183.4 from the 187.7 for the next year, it's approximately $4.2 million. You're absolutely correct. Right. And how you get there, again,
2.4, 2.3, 2.4 by the mayor, and then 1.9 by the governor.
Joe, my second question, it's not really a question. I'm very much concerned, and I know we're supposed to be discussing next year's budget, but I'm very much concerned about the current year's budget. And because it might spill over into next year, causing a further problem for you, in addition to the 3.9 you're asking for. And I realize in the current year, you asked for $1.9 million from the city administration, and you were level funded. The city council appropriated approximately $200,000, which brings you down to 1.7. But the problem was that you already utilized your capital rainy day fund in the previous year, which means you would try to find 1.7 plus the money from the previous year, which is 2.3. So in actuality, you were looking for $4 million in the current fiscal year to balance your budget. On top of that, you had approximately $800,000 for contractual obligations, which brings you to 4.8 million. Then the bomb dropped. You were in pretty good shape up until that point. Then the bomb was dropped by the state government, dropping $1.2 million on your back regarding
Pensions.
pension situation, which brought you to $6 million. Where do you stand in the current budget? Will you possibly finish in the black, or will it be a deficit in the forthcoming year?
So there were a lot of numbers just thrown out there. So I'll try to dissect it. As was mentioned by school committee member Catone, every year, unfortunately, we have to make some assumptions on some internal savings. So in the year we're in, that number was as high as $3 million. But then, as I mentioned, we were lucky enough to get some additional state aid. But that didn't erase the entire deficit, because we were hoping for approximately $1.9 million from the city. We received approximately 200,000. So that left a hole, a budget gap of about $1.7 million that we had to make up as the year went on. Then, as you just mentioned, the state adopted this year's budget on June 27th. We thought we were okay, and we had to deal with the $1.7 million problem. But they, last minute, they gave back some give backs to the retirees, COLAs that were taken years ago. And we thought that adjustment, because someone's going to pay for that give back. So we thought that it was going to affect municipalities and school districts in the budget that we're discussing this evening. The problem is, overnight, I got notified that the pension rates went up for the year we're in. And when I recalculated the obligation overnight, I went to 1.2 million in the hole. So you take that 1.2 million, 1.7 million that we have to try to find. And we're having difficulties. So I can stand before you today that, and I have never said this in the 15 plus years, we are not going to run a surplus this year. I don't have the final figure. I don't have that yet, but we are in dire straits this year. And I've never said that before. We've always tried to come in with the black, $100,000, $200,000. We are not going to get that this year because of those two issues. And as was mentioned, I mean, unfortunately, our buildings are in disrepair. When our director of facilities comes with me for repair, it's not $10,000, it's $50,000, it's $100,000. Those are the kind of expenses that we are unfortunately incurring this year that makes it difficult to balance this year's budget. So to your point, when we're developing next year's budget, we're already starting from a negative position, and we're trying to, put funds back as much as we can. But again, when you have to contractual obligations, fixed costs, unfunded mandates, there isn't no room to adequately fund this budget.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Travacani. Once again, I'll scan this way. Councilwoman Graziano, question?
Thank you, Councilman Wall. I just want to thank everybody who came out this evening. As a parent myself with a family in Cranston, I know how difficult it is to pull yourself away, take time away from your family. So I really do feel your pain, and I appreciate you coming out tonight and voicing your opinion. It's the only way that the council and the administration can know how much is needed and how much the public and residents and constituents are willing to push for our schools. I am a full Cranston alumni. I went all the way through Cranston Public Schools. I'm forever grateful for their education. And I have two kids in Cranston Public Schools. One has now moved up to middle school, but one is at Edgewood Highland. And part of my team was here tonight. And I know how hard PTO and our teachers work to keep these schools functioning and exciting, where our kids want to go back to school every day. One of our PTO, well, three of our PTO parents spoke this evening, and they weren't kidding. I mean, we've fundraised, painted our schools because there just isn't enough money. Edgewood Highland is the school that was shut down with their playground. We had to come and fight, which is part of the reason I'm on the city council today. So I really appreciate everything that our educators and staff do, and it is not overlooked by me. I am very excited to look through this budget and work with this council and find this money. I hear you. I know you're underfunded. I know you're underpaid. I have looked around at neighboring communities. I mean, I work in Massachusetts and I work there for a reason. But I still live here in Cranston. I live here in Cranston because I love it. I love the diversity. I love the people. I could live in any city. I could live anywhere. I could live in Massachusetts. The gentleman tonight spoke. He goes to Rhodes. He works in Cambridge. I hear him. He's not wrong. We live here for a reason. I appreciate Janice Ruggieri, she spoke. We gotta look through this budget. We gotta figure out where there's places to pull money. How are we going to find this money? Another mom spoke, Miss Boucher. She said her kids go to Dew Temple. It's a Title I school. My school is a Title I school, and how hard her PTO and that staff fights. I hear you. And I'm really excited to work with everybody to try to figure this out. I fully support the schools and the teachers. There's no question on that. I'm gonna pass off a question about the 2.4 million that you're looking to potentially cut, which is not included in this 3.9 million. What's the effect on that? Like, do you even have an idea of what the effects on the schools will be just from that 2.4 million that you're looking to internally figure out?
So in order for us to realize that kind of savings, it has to come in staff. And over the past several years, with underfunding or limited increases in funding, we have tried very hard to avoid cutting staff or doing things that we think directly impact kids. So maybe the first year that we were kind of underfunded, we started looking at utilities and things that really don't hit kids directly. So that's year one. We're in year 3. There's no other way that we can meet those demands of millions of dollars without cutting staff. And that's where kids are impacted. We're a people business where our power comes in our people, and that's where our expenses are as well. So for us to meet that kind of demand, we are, as someone mentioned, I think it was Ms. Larkin, we're laying off 51 teachers. I don't know how many of those people we're going to be calling back, which results in cuts, which results in higher class sizes, so I know that's a long-winded answer, but people are expensive. If we need to save money, it's in people, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. And my second question was, and I don't know if this has ever been brought up, so I apologize, being a new council member. Has it ever been discussed to try to reduce the overall building cost to do some type of solar to pull down some of these some of these costs. I mean, it looks like it's $3 million just to have electricity and gas.
Mhm. So we do. We actually partner with the solar farm located outside of Cranston, and that generates approximately about $150,000 net savings to the district. We have taken advantage of every single lighting project that Grid and Rise has made available over the years. And we partner with a company called Silent Sherpa. And what they do for us is monitor the usage month over month. And they actually advocate and represent us with the utility companies. And they may come to us and say, hey, the price for natural gas is at an all-time low. We think you should lock in now for a year, 6 months. Same thing with the electricity. So we use them as a partner to try to squeeze the last nickel with respect to utilities. So those are some examples.
Okay, thank you. Is it possible, have you ever looked into it, to putting solar on the buildings? I know some of them are old, so it may not make sense.
We have looked into that several years ago. We tried it at Cranston West. The issues we face with that is the roof that will support a solar panel has to be younger than 20 years. So before we even start, you're talking probably $1 million to $2 million, depending on the size of the building, to replace the roof. And then you put the solar panels on. It was our experience several years ago when we did do that at Cranston West that it did not manifest in a great deal of savings, even after we had gone through the roofing project and putting the solar panels. So at this point, we didn't see that we got the savings that we thought outweighed the cost of having to upgrade all the roof, Obviously, our newer buildings are much more energy efficient than our older buildings. You heard someone from Cranston West talk about the heat, and that's absolutely true, because even if we went around to every classroom at Cranston High School West and replaced the heaters, there is no insulation in the building. The envelope of the building is hollow. So we can put all the heaters we want. The wind just goes through. And to really fix that would be a new building. And we know, I don't think there's an appetite for a $300 million high school at this point in the city. So that's what we talk about, the expensive Band-Aids. We fix the heat, but it's irrelevant when, the air is just coming in and out. So
yeah. Thank you. No, I do understand that. And I am going to take that into consideration during reviewing capital improvement line items, because I think there's some excess items here that should be going to schools or Parks and Rec or playgrounds, because we're losing a lot of our infrastructure for our kids, and then including our education. And that's where we find happiness. I mean, that's where our kids find happiness. That's where they socialize. So I support you, I hear you, and I thank everyone that came here tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman Graziano. I'm going to look around. Councilman Ritz?
I just have a few comments to make. As a former school committee member, I know how hard everyone in this room works, how hard everyone works on that budget. And I know my former peers over here, how hard they vet the budget over there too. So thank you guys for that part of it. See what else on there. It was just, I guess I had a question. A lot of the stuff from being on the school committee and a lot of stuff here tonight is the rainy day fund, the existing building maintenance. I know it wouldn't help today, but have we looked at ever doing a bond for just the school maintenance of the things? It could be, $5 million. It doesn't have to be a large amount there too, but that seems like it would answer a lot of these things. Then it could offset some of these unexpected costs that you have that mainly come from the building maintenance. I know from being on the school committee and continues today from hearing. Yeah.
We totally agree with you. Councilman Trafficante, I mean, when he was mayor, when he was school committee, always stressed the need to float those type of repair and renovation bonds every couple of years.
Yeah.
When a few years ago, when the voters approved approximately $140 million of school renovations, within that within that amount of funds was approximately $17 million. While we were doing 5 showcase projects, we knew the rest of the district was going to get that, older over that time. Unfortunately, the world flipped upside down when COVID, prices went through the roof. So that cushion that we had
Yeah.
had to be used elsewhere. So we lost that opportunity. But we purposely did that when we went before the voters to get their approval. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The capital reserve fund, I know some members talked about it. That's an amount of money that over the years, we have able to contribute some excess funds that we didn't need elsewhere to try to build that up. That fund was approaching about $2 million over the years. So those are the type of funds we would use not to come to the city, small price projects that we would then use those funds and then seek reimbursement from the state of Rhode Island. Anticipating a question coming my way, I can tell you that that fund at the end of this year will have $100,000 in it. So when you have 30 buildings, $100,000, as I mentioned earlier, that's one phone call from our facilities director that says, oh, by the way, this just happened. So we don't have, again, hate to sound like a broken record, we don't have the funds available to maintain this school system on a go-forward basis.
Yeah, and I'll just add, like Bridget said, we're all committed here to trying to take a little bit to try and get you closer to where we need to be, and we'll work hard to get you.
Can I just address one thing about bonding?
Right ahead.
You're right. And if every election cycle we had I say a small bond, $5 million is a lot of money, but it's not 300 million. We also are reminded very frequently that within the funding of the school department is the payment of our indebtedness. So the buildings are great and we want all new buildings and repairs. It does come with a price. Eventually, the city has to pay for those bonds. So while I fully support that, and that is a fixed and predictable source of revenue for us for fixing the buildings, and it makes sense, I also don't want it to blow back on us that we're costing more money by having to fund pay for the
The debt
bonds,
service, yeah.
the debt service. And again, the voters have yet to reject a school bond in over, I think, 40 years that since, former Mayor Trapp was in office, which is a signal that the community supports that. But oftentimes we're reminded, hey, we're giving you this money, but we also have to pay for your bond. So I just don't want that to kind of come back against us when we're doing that. I mean, you have to, stuff is expensive one way or another, so.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you, Councilman Ritz. If I may sidle on to Councilman Ritz's question, the fund you were describing, is that what we used to label in many meetings with Councilman Trafficani, the asset protection fund? If that's not it, is there another fund in the budget? I don't have my school budget with me, but what's in that?
So there are two funds available to take care of smaller price project before coming to the city council for assistance. It's the capital reserve fund. And the reason why that fund is important, because for every dollar we spend on the school side, we get 54 cents back from the state of Rhode Island. So we pick and choose which repairs out of which source of funds. So if that project is applicable and we get reimbursed, we use this part. The other part is in our main operating budget, asset protection, as you just defined. Currently in this year's budget, again, because of some additional state aid that we received, we talked about it earlier, I was able to increase that line item from 250,000 up to 750,000, again, in this year's budget. Unfortunately, in next year's budget, it went down to 250,000. 750,000 is not enough. Clearly, 250,000 is still not enough in next year's budget. So those are the two pots of money. One currently stands at 100, and one is budgeted for next year for 250,000 to maintain 30 buildings.
Which is not a lot, not a lot. I just want
Joe, just to clarify, will you be using the asset protection money to balance the current budget?
That is going to be one source of revenue. So again, I've put the facilities director on notice that the only expense incurred on a building is it because we can't open it the next day. So there's no preventive maintenance. It's that, those are the type of decisions we're making.
And not to beat a dead horse with buildings, with the age level we're at and disrepair that we're in, it's not if you're gonna have an issue.
It's how often.
When and how frequently.
Right.
Okay, moving right along, I'm gonna go right around the circle. Councilman Capiano, you ready? I couldn't tell if you wanted me.
Thank you, Chairman
Thank you.
Wall. Thank you, Superintendent Massey, for a wonderful job you do and your wonderful teachers. I want to give first I'll give a little background. I'm a proud parent of a teacher. She's also a proud dad moment, the teacher of the year. I'm also a proud father-in-law of a teacher. I also sit on St. Mary's Finance Council and deal with the day-to-day repairs to the school there at St. Mary's, and I know how expensive it can be. So I sympathize with you, and I want to thank all of you for the wonderful job you do as teachers, and I know the challenges you face. One of my questions is, are there any programs that will suffer if you don't receive this money? Any bands, sports, anything like that, that'll suffer directly?
Again, as I said to Councilwoman Graziano, we work really hard to maintain programming for kids. What we do, again, we look at curricular offerings, especially at the high school, by staff. So if we cut staff, then the number of electives or the variety of electives, those things will be impacted. I won't come before you and be an alarmist and say, we're going to cut, football at Cranston West next year. Because if you thought there were a lot of people here tonight, right, try saying that. But that hurts kids. And I'm not saying I want to hurt adults. We don't want to do that at all. But if we start getting to the point where band and sports and all of those things are cut, I have to drop the mic and leave because I can't do that job. I don't believe in it, and I think the kids in our district deserve better. So if that comes to pass, you're gonna have to find somebody else to do it because I can't do it.
Thank you. Well, indirectly, any cut is going to hurt our students. I do have one pet peeve, and I've been dwelling on it for a week now. I told a few of you. I got hundreds of emails. We all got hundreds of emails, but I was disappointed that they weren't personal. They were all AI generated. I want to hear. I want to hear from every one of you the challenges that you face, the challenges with your students. And I promise I'll read every one and answer them back. But I want to hear from you directly what you face. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Bonanno.
I want to start off by saying thank you to, as Councilwoman Graziano said, and Councilman Ritz and Councilman Campiano, to everybody that came and talked. A lot of them gone. I especially want to thank the teachers that are here. To tell you a little bit about myself, this is my first term on the council. I went to Gladstone, old Gladstone. I'm not old enough for me to have been there when the pool was open. But I went to the old Gladstone. I went to Bain and I graduated here from Cranston East. I want to say hello to the Garden City people behind me. I know Mr. Byerly is here. And I consider Ms. Brenton still part of Garden City, although she's a principal else right now. She was my daughter's teacher. I think I see my Hope Highlands friends up there. Is that right? Hi, guys. I see Mrs. Alquist. And the reason I shout out to those people is my daughter, my older daughter goes to Garden City, and next year both my daughters will go to Garden City. My wife teaches at Hope Highlands. I graduated from Cranston Public Schools. And when I went to college, Yes, I did go to college. I did. When I went to college, I was leaps and bounds ahead of a lot of the people from East Greenwich, from Barrington, and from other districts, not so happy. So the quality that this district puts out is very high. So my story is very similar to Councilwoman Graziano, where she came through Cranston, now she's got 2 kids in Cranston schools. And by the way, I also want to say hello to the PTO people that are out there. All right, as Mr. Riley will attest, I am probably one of the only dads on a PTO. All right. In office, because that's my wife wanted that for herself. I can have this office, she can have that. But you know, I try to attend as many meetings as possible, and I do what I can. And I can attest to the fact that what I think what you said, and what Edwin Highland said, and Duke Temple said is true. And yeah, at Garden City School, brand new building, and we're still trying to make ends meet. Okay, through the PTO. We have a great president, and a great board at Garden City, Danielle Perillo, and Joe Perillo is another dad, by the way, on the PTO. So we do what we can. So I hear you. I also got thousands of emails to the point where, like, I couldn't answer. I can't answer them all. I feel badly about it. I hear you. I hear you. And the rest of this council, I believe, hears you as well, regardless of their product monitor, regardless of where they came from, regardless of their background. I just want to say that we hear you. I live in Cranston, I work in Cranston, and I play in Cranston. So I am all Cranston, and I'm going to do what I can. I don't know if we can get there. I don't know if we can get there. I'm not sure. We're going to try as hard as we can. I have a couple questions for Superintendent Massey. I'll never say Massey, I don't know it. And Mr. Balducci. First one is, I don't think we've adequately stated the importance of the pension issue that Councilman Candy brought up and that we talked about privately. Correct me if I'm wrong. So this is more of a statement than a correct me if I'm wrong type of question. We had our budget set for last year, okay? Whether it was adequately funded or not, I'm not even concerned about that at this minute, but we had our budget set for last year. You got everything all together, state appropriation, city appropriation, you're ready to press the play button. And then the state says, oh, by the way, come up with $1.2 million. And I'm sure that there were a few choice words in school, in the brick building that night for that day. How
He never
I don't understand.
swears.
Well, maybe then he did, right? I'm unsure, number one, how that even happened. I'm disappointed in the state leadership for that happening and not giving some sort of grace period. But that's essentially what was happening. By the way, tomorrow you guys owe $1.2 million. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Yes.
I went home after the school committee and the administration reconciled this year's budget. The next day, the director who oversees payroll and that aspect came to me and said, oh, by the way, we just got notified, the new rates came out. And then I had to have a difficult conversation with the superintendent to let her know that we were going to be approximately 1.2 million in the hole. That's in the area of my budget. After every pay period, I review the FICA, Medicare, pensions, certified pension, non-certified pension. I was hoping my original projection was going to be off. I can tell you that I just did it for the payroll that today's payroll. I'm still 1.2 million in the hole. I wish I could tell you I wasn't going to be, but that number hasn't changed.
I just want to thank you. I just
You're
want
welcome.
to say, for the record, for everybody here that's still here watching on the computer and the audience, how imagine if that was your home. That was your home budget, right? I don't know what the percentages of the budget that it was, but you got your budget set for the month, and all of a sudden your boiler explodes. That's essentially what happens in the school system because of that one situation. And it wasn't like your boiler's going to explode next year. It was, you got no heat. It's 32 degrees outside. So that's my first question. The second question, and these all three really have to do with the state situation. Just to sort of underscore how difficult the situation is. How much less are we projected to get? Or how much, what is the appropriation difference from fiscal, the last fiscal year to this fiscal year we're talking about now from the state of Rhode Island? I know you're giving me a figure when we spoke privately, in the $800,000 to $900,000.
So the state aid is, again, the fair funding formula, as everyone has heard in the past, is made up of three components. The core instructional value, the amount of money that the state will give every single student in every single school district. Then on top of that, they give what they define as the success factor, student success factor. So whatever the core instructional value is, I'm just going to use round numbers. Let's say it's $12,000. On top of that, you take 40% of that figure, and those are for those students who are classified as either free or reduced. So again, 40% of 12,000, add that on top of the 12. The other key component is what they define as the state share ratio. So year over year, the state will determine, based on information received from municipalities, how rich or not rich they are. So in the current year, the share ratio is approximately 54.5%. Going into next year, that rate has been reduced to 53 point something percent. So just that minor decrease is shifting the burden away from the state to the, in their opinion, the local municipality. If they kept that share ratio at the 54.5 and then just rolled it over, that loss in revenue, or just because of that adjustment, was about $900,000. So just that minor shift in who's obligated to pay for education aid, whether it's the state or the local, cost Cranston $900,000.
Yeah.
Five districts too.
From the state situation. I have one more question. It's about the state reimbursement rate for some of the. I'm sorry.
Councilman, but can I just add to that? So the governor's budget this year, and I think Mr. Catone mentioned this, the governor weighted students living in poverty in 5 districts heavier than in other districts. So I believe it's Woonsocket, Providence, Pawtucket, maybe Newport. There were 5 districts, Central Falls. So the students living in poverty in those districts received extra money. We didn't.
Sounds like equal under the law to me.
Well,
I say that.
yeah, no, I know. It's because the state is seeing our city as wealthier this year. Again, the percentage calculation changes every year. So we didn't make the cut. So our students living in poverty, I'm going to be facetious here, I guess, don't count as much as other students living in poverty, which is not helpful.
I have 2 words for that, but I can't say them on the record. That's shock, but I'm sorry. I have one last question, and it's got to do with the state reimbursement rate for some of the money that was spent through the bonds. And when the bonds were voted on, I believe that we were told that we would get 74% back from the state. I was told that we're only getting 63% back. Is that accurate, or is that, it's not correct? Okay. Good. I want to end my time. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, want me to respond to that? Mr. Bonanno, I heard the same number from the administration. And we checked with Mr. Mario, what's Mario's last name?
Carreño.
He confirmed the fact that Cranston is receiving 74% reimbursement.
It's the way the municipality bills the state for the projects. So each project is eligible for extra reimbursement points. But it's almost like, when you buy home insurance and you bundle it and you get a better rate. If we bundle our bill essentially to the state for all of our projects, the gross amount of money that we're billing can be eligible for a higher reimbursement. If we were to go out on individual projects to the state, they may not all be eligible for the extra bonus points. But if we are patient and do them all together in a group, which would make very good financial sense, then we would achieve the 74% reimbursement.
I just want to say one more thing. Like I said, I've never been accused of being too rude. It was 22 years ago that I was in the audience. I had just graduated high school, and Cranston had a financial crisis, and we really did have a financial crisis. And I remember people out there going crazy because their property tax was going to increase by a certain amount. And it seems like, 22 years later, that was in 2003, 2004, so we're in 25, 26. The people of the city, at least in this hearing today, came up and said, yeah, we don't want to pay more if it's for the schools. And, I mean, if you think about the 180, and the way that the population of our city thinks, I think I'm a lot of pressure. Because I would have thought, sitting up here, that the last thing anybody wanted, and I mean anybody, a tax increase for any reason. So the fact that people came up and said, hey, you know what, we'll pay a little bit more, $60, $100, whatever it is, for the schools, resonates with me very much. And, that'll lay in my mind to make decisions going forward. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Bonanno. Councilwoman Horan?
I just would like to go on the record saying thank you to Superintendent Joe Balducci, Liz Locke and her team, the executive, all the teachers here tonight, parents, school committee. I had the privilege of being on Cranston School Committee. I learned a lot. I made some wonderful friendships that will be friends for a very long time. We're all going to work together. We have a great city council here, and I think every one of us wants to help. All we can say is thank you for coming tonight, and we support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ryan. Council President.
Thank you. I will try to keep my comments brief. Some know my story, some don't. My mother was a teacher. She worked her way through college after raising us. I understand the value of education. I understand the hard work of teachers. I understand that here in Cranston, being a mom of two boys, one who has proudly graduated from the Cranston Public School System and is currently in college, and one that is still in Cranston Public Schools in high school. And advocacy was shown tonight, not just from the teachers, from others working within the school department, but also from members of the community, some parents, some non-parents. And that shows how important public education is to the city of Cranston and how we value it. I can say for me, for one, I value and respect not only the advocacy shown tonight, but all of the advocacy shown in advance of this evening. I have taken pride as a parent before being on council of advocating for our public schools as a parent by sacrificing time for the betterment of not only my children's education, but every child's education in the city of Cranston, and trying to facilitate those who dedicate their professional lives to our public school system to also facilitate that heavy burden. To say, I've said it before and I'll say it again, the public school department does an amazing job of doing more with less. My children are those children, as many of people that were here this evening, where a bucket is being moved within the classroom because the ceiling is leaking. And yet our kids still learn. Our teachers still teach. Classrooms being moved because the heating isn't right. So you got to go down to the cafeteria. And the kids adapt and the teachers adapt, and nobody does it without skipping a beat. And that deserves repeating this evening. I am grateful for that. I am grateful for that resourcefulness, not only in the classroom, but within the public school department. And I have taken pride as a council member to dedicating, rolling up my sleeves each budget session as a member of this council to find money within this budget to support the public schools. And that doesn't have to come at the sacrifice of other things that we view are priorities for the city. It is not one necessarily at the cost of the other. It is by taking a very diligent and very tedious approach. Sometimes it's $3,000 here and $5,000 there, but that is what we do. And this term will be no different. I did have a couple of questions. I have asked this of the administration, and I'd like to ask it of your department this evening. Do you have concerns or any foreseeable predictions relative to federal funding cuts that are also going to hurt you in this next fiscal year?
So as of right now, we have not heard of any indication that our funding will cease. If it does, we are looking at $9 to $10 million in federal money. That touches everything from school lunch to career and tech education to IDEA, which is special education, students with special needs, literacy, Title I programs. That would be devastating. I really don't know how we would do business without federal money.
Thank you for that candor and concern. The other question I had is, there's been some discussion about school transportation, state aid relative to school transportation. Can you tell me a little bit about what differences you anticipate along those lines?
Yes, so currently the General Assembly has put together a transportation commission made up of members of both houses and parties to examine statewide transportation. So very quickly, if a student who lives in Cranston goes to a private school within a certain region, we're in Region 3 in the state, a ride is provided to that student to a private or parochial school. If a student attends a career and technical program within that region, which includes everything from Smithfield to Barrington to Bristol Warren in our case, we have to provide a ride, a bus ride to that student. The cost is astronomical in the state for all of these buses going all around. So the commission is looking at which ways to mitigate the cost for districts as well as for the whole state. So they're looking at dividing up the state into further smaller regions so that students would not be driving basically all over the state and the cost incurred with that. If some of the things that Joe and I have been following, and I testified at the commission regarding career and tech education and its impact on budget, on districts. The way it works is we get a credit from the state. Once we exhaust that credit, then the district incurs a cost. Right now, our cost net is about 55,000 or more. Oh, wow. 200. So for private schools, it's about $200,000 net. So the state gives us some credit. We work off of that. So currently the citizens of Cranston, again, our cost is about $200,000 to drive kids to private and parochial schools, again, within a region. Ironically, our neighboring district of Warwick is not in our region. So if you have a student who goes to Hendrick and we don't give them a ride, but we give them a ride to Barrington and East Providence, and kind of bizarre, but so those are just some of the costs. So the recommendations from the commission should help us. It won't help us immediately because some of the recommendations will be phased in over time.
Thank you again. Thank you, Council Vice President.
Thank you, Council President. You've been on the hot seat for some time now, but let me just ask you a couple of quick questions. I'm going to focus more on the revenue side. And the reason I do that is last week when I looked at the budget and I looked at the state aid, and Mr. Trafficani asked the question about what I saw as approximately $5.1 million increase. And I immediately compared it to budget, the school budget. And if I recall correctly, that figure was $1.9 million. And I realize all budgets at this point, because everything's not settled, is based on assumptions. So I asked the question, is there any reason to believe, and I guess I'm asking you to make a guess, there's nothing to make you believe that we would get more than that 1.9. Is that correct?
So the way it works, the governor builds his budget off of what's known the October 1 student enrollment data. And things happen between October 1 until the General Assembly is ready to wrap up the state budget. So the state calls it a March 14th snapshot date. So on March 14th, they look at our enrollment once again, because they want to have current information. They, being the General Assembly, want to have current information as they're developing the state budget. We haven't been given that data yet, based on this, the March 14th snapshot date. We are assuming that that information will be rolled in to when the General Assembly makes a final decision on the state budget. So, I mean, unfortunately, I can't give you a number now, but we're always hopeful that, state aid is going to go up and not down. But right now, as proposed by the governor, approximately 1.9 million is being proposed.
Okay, then thank you, and I appreciate that. The other revenue sources I see, and I don't know if you have the same group numbers we have. You do, Joe? I looked at school miscellaneous and under the revenue, and there's only a few of them under the revenue column. It would appear that we're expected a slight increase there, approximately what, 100 and, maybe 120,000 in the, what they call the miscellaneous. Am I reading that correctly? I'll put my glasses over here.
Yep.
I'm looking at, do you have, yeah, you have our budget as well. I'm
Yep.
just looking at revenue, and I'm not sure what school miscellaneous revenue is. It's under
Well,
group 1-800, 48,501 school miscellaneous revenue.
Yep. So actually, that adjustment in the city budget, again, unfortunately, is not accurate. Because again, as I mentioned earlier, because the city did not put the final state aid where it needed to be, there were other adjustments made in our school budget that we adopted at the end of June that have not been incorporated onto the city side as well. So actually, per my analysis, in the school district's budget, if you have it in front of you, it's on page 13, which reflects our side of the revenue categories. That area is actually being level funded. So there is no increase.
Joe, while you're at that, I'm looking at the other revenue source that's in this page, 48,502, something I'm sure you're quite familiar with, school federal Medicare, Medicaid rather. I'm seeing what, about a $175 million, sorry, $175,000 increase. Would you consider that one to be safe, or?
Well, again, actually, that increase is not accurate as well, because again, there was an adjustment that we made on our side that's not properly reflected in the city document. So we are level funding that area as well.
Okay.
Between this year and next year.
So we're losing a little more cash there. And I won't keep you on the seat a long time. Before I let you go, there are, those of you who know me, I'm a teacher for over 30 years. Public education, very important to me. I certainly thank the superintendent staff, Mr. Balducci, for all the work you do, all of the teachers, the staff and administration. Both my kids went to school. I'm more than pleased with the education they got. I'm glad to work with, I'm so glad to work with the superintendent and the teachers. But tonight, I'll be honest with you, and it was nice to see a group of people come out in defense of the schools. But I think when I leave this evening, what I'm going to take away is what the superintendent said. If this trend continues, I'm not the person to be here. I never thought I'd hear that, because of the drastic cuts that could possibly happen. And I sat with this woman on the school committee through many a war, and I didn't hear that, Tony. So you have my word that I'm going to do everything in my power. And I know you've heard from the members of the council that they are to help out in this situation. And with that, I'll let you go this evening and thank you.
One quick question.
But I knew Trap was going to ask one more question before I said this, but I'm,
Joe, quickly. I think I'm correct. In your capital reserve, you had 0. Am I correct? Capital reserve.
There'll be approximately $100,000 if nothing else happens between now and June 30th.
All right. Your asset protection money, I know you're going to utilize it to balance the budget.
That is
So
correct.
that's out of the question. So
Yes.
how about the rainy day fund?
So again, as was mentioned by a previous speaker, in balancing the 23-24 fiscal year, we had to dip into that, approximately 2.5 million. We did not use all of it because we were successful and we achieved a $200,000 surplus that year. So we only used 2.3. But there, again, unfortunately, we're dipping into every source of revenue. There's $500,000 left there as well to be used. So with a district our size, there are insufficient resources available at our discretion to continue the attempt to balance the budget.
We just had a recent discussion and you informed me that the boiler at Cranston East is going to cost something like $3 million. Is that correct?
It's a significant endeavor, yes, because of the size and the age of the equipment.
So
Yes.
there goes your rainy day fund. Basically.
Well, that's going to be used by bonded, when the recent voters approved the $40 million bond.
Yeah.
There were funds set aside for that project. It's unfortunately, there may not be sufficient funds available for that project.
And the last thing I want to say is, Janine, you've always been an upbeat person. I worked with you for several years. And you stated in the Cranston Herald that the school budget is in crisis. And that, I never heard that from you before. So I looked at the budget, aside from the contractual obligations. And I looked at it and your certified pensions are up, your non-certified pensions are up, the FICA tax is up, Medicare is up, life insurance is up, healthcare is up by $1.2 million. Special education outside tuition is up, charter schools tuitions are up, property insurance is up, utilities are up, transportation, that's out of district transportation is up, and your staff reductions are 1.6 million. So now I know why you made that statement.
I love my job, though.
I know
really
you do. I know you do.
I do. I do. There are some days I don't like it, but you know, I love it.
And I appreciate that, believe me. Thank you.
any further, Trap? All right, so thank you to the superintendent and Mr. Balducci. We are going to take a 5-minute break before we bring the police department up. All right. So thank you again. 5-minute break. You are now. All right, are we all ready? Okay. All right, so we'll go in the same manner. You can present the budget, speak a little bit to it, then we'll take questions, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you. I'm sorry it took such a long time.
Oh.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate everything you do.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just introduce the mayor's proposed budget to the city council for FY '26 for the Worcester Police Department. I'm sorry, Cranston. It's been a late night.
I didn't think it was that late.
If I may, one overview that you're gonna see through all the departments, and I'm not gonna hop on it with every department, but the same situation that arose with the school department last year arose with us relative to the surprise increases relative to pension costs. That was uniform, as was the case with the school department, predominantly with our public safety unions. So without highlighting it on every line item or every department, the mayor's priorities, as I think he tried to articulate in his budget address when he unveiled his budget to the city council, was public schools, public safety, and maintaining municipal services. I think the one statement that I heard from the mayor's presentation to the council, we do not have one department in the city who is satisfied with the budget as it's been presented to the council. With that behind us, if I may introduce the Worcester Police Department's proposed or submitted budget for the, I did it again. Okay, to the police department, the budget for consideration to the council in the amount of $31,715,807. The proposed budget funds all of our contractual obligations, all of our liabilities relative to benefits and difference of opinion. Believe it adequately funds the police department for FY '26 with all the issues and responsibilities of the police department. So if I just may, turn it over to the colonel for any comments he may have, or we can turn it for questions if, yeah.
So thank you very much, members of the council, and you've always supported the police department. I've been here 10 years, and I've never seen such support that we get on a daily basis and a regular basis from the city council and the public for that matter, too. You'll see that this isn't a big increase in the budget. A lot of it's contractual. We have a lot of fixed cost, and we have a couple raises that are in the contract that are coming due very shortly. So that would explain the increase in the salary line item. And then overtime, obviously, we're paying officers more higher base salary. The overtimes potentially could be higher too. Unfortunately, we cannot predict. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know what incidents are going to happen in the city. I'll give you an example. We just had a disabled woman. A lot of resources went into that investigation over a period of days. My estimate for that particular incident is probably about $60,000 that between all the resources that went forward and the overtime that went into that investigation. One homicide, for instance, in the city, and knock on wood, we hope we don't have any, but it costs about $80,000 in overtime for one homicide and all the testing and the things that go into that. So there's some things we can't predict. And as you can imagine, a lot of the costs have gone up. The cost of police cars have gone up considerably. If you can even find a police package vehicle, which is difficult, we jump on it right away to try to reserve those cars. But a base police car without any equipment is $57,000. And then you start adding in the equipment. The lights alone are $18,000 in a police car. Then you get into the mobile data terminal. That's $6,000, and the radio is $4,000. So you add it all up, you're in the 80,000 plus range for a new police car. And every year since I've been here, the council's always been committed to replacement vehicles in the amount of 8 cruisers, and that allows us to keep our fleet where it needs to be, safe. And obviously, that's the most important piece of equipment that an officer has, is that's his office. We have to make sure they're in the latest technology, the safest technology. So we're very fortunate. We do have a good fleet, but if we go backwards, then we're going to end up in a situation. And also, those vehicles make a lot of money for the city. Those are the vehicles that are on the details. So they make $20 an hour or $25 an hour, I believe. Every time you see a cruiser on a detail, that vehicle's earning money for the city. So I just wanted to mention that. But as the mayor said, not everybody got everything they wanted. And I believe the finance director alluded to that as well. So what we asked for, this is $223,000 less. And then what we asked for, and we understand that the times are tough. We know the schools need money. But at the end of the day, this is what the police department needs. This isn't a lot of fancy items. Like I said, a lot of fixed costs are in this particular budget. So hopefully I can answer any questions you have. A lot of things have gone up with computer expenses, software, the new technology that is needed to do our jobs. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of control over that. We've also applied for a lot of grants, but unfortunately, we haven't gotten any. We've done our best, but the money's not flowing to police departments like they used to. So right now, we have 2 vacancies in the police department. We're in the middle of a hiring situation. We're taking applications now. Where we used to get hundreds of applications, we're lucky if we get 60 applications, unfortunately. But it's all about quality, not necessarily quantity. So I do still think we're getting quality applicants to the police department. So we're going through that now. Our hope is to be fully staffed, which is 149 officers. So we're at 147 right now. We do expect at least probably 1 retirement before the end of this fiscal, actually the end of this fiscal year. So hopefully I can answer any questions you have at this time, unless the finance director has anything else. Okay.
Thank you, Colonel. Just a little program note, just for the members of the council. While we discuss the police department budget, we have really 3 sub budgets. With the police department, we have the police department, we have animal patrol, and harbor master. We'll start with the police department.
Okay.
And this time when I go around, just out of habit, I'm going to go the opposite way. You'd like to do revenues first? Okay, and we'll do revenues first. All right, so I'm gonna start with.
Thank you, Colonel, for your patience this evening and for presenting your budget to us tonight. I once again want to reiterate the appreciation that we have for everything you do in your leadership of your department and for the men and women in your department for what they bring to the city every day. And we do greatly appreciate that, and that can't be stated enough. In terms of your budget, I did notice the revenues for the VIN verification we're tracking better than was projected for this year. However, in the mayor's budget, there's an increase of that number. It was 515,000 for this fiscal year. For next fiscal year, he's got it set for 550,000. I assume with approval from your department, it's tracking, I think it was about 537,000 currently. So that's why there's that increase then for next year. Fair enough?
Yes, and what's happening across the state, when I talk to my fellow chiefs from the Chiefs Association, a lot of cities and towns are getting out of the VIN check business, if you will, because it's just not, they're not getting the volume and they have to pull an officer off the road. We're lucky we're, located in close proximity to the DMV. So a lot of times they'll send them to us and we're open 5 days a week versus, a few hours. And I suspect that's going to continue to track at a very good rate for that reason.
Great. I don't have any other questions for you. I don't know if Order DeMayo, if you have any questions.
Colonel, as always, thank you for your services, for you and your department. Could you just elaborate on the lease agreements that are in your budget with reference like to the flock cameras and the maintenance agreements? I think the council, because we obviously have a variety of new council people here, they'd get a little better understanding that, in the beginning, the flock cameras were sponsored by grants, but now there's a maintenance that we factored in, and that goes along with some of the other computers, because if I'm correct, you're on one system now throughout everybody, so everybody has the same documentation. So there's also a maintenance agreement on that.
Yes, so the flock cameras, it is a lease agreement. We have 29 cameras across the city. I don't need to tell you, if you read the press release this afternoon, these cameras are paying dividends and we're making cases that normally would maybe go unsolved, some very serious cases. So the cameras have proven over the last almost 5 years to be an invaluable asset to the Cranston Police Department. And a lot of cities have followed suit, including Providence and Pawtucket and others that actually have flock cameras now. So there is a maintenance agreement. So for all 29 cameras, it's roughly $70,000 a year to maintain that flock safety program. And we are in a contract, a multi-year contract. We got the best rate we possibly could get. So it's important that we maintain that system going forward.
My apologies to the council. I jumped ahead to expenses, but I do have one other revenue. You also have the detail cars that usually go out. It looks like that the current budget year, it's running a little light, so it was reduced. Do you think what you have in the current budget, reducing from 900 to 700,000, that the 700,000 is attainable in fiscal 26?
I do. I know a lot of weather had a lot to do with less details over the winter. And this is the time of year when it really picks up and you'll see a lot of road construction going on. And that's where those cars make the money, sitting on the details.
That's all I have for the revenues. Thank you.
All right, now just a reminder, we're on the police department expenditures, going this revenue, by my bad. You messed me up there. So it's gonna be, yeah.
I do not have any questions. I just want to say thank you to you and your team for the amazing job you do. Daily, we open the newspaper and we read that Cranston Police has done an amazing arrest. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Remember, we're on.
We've had this a couple of weeks, so I think you answered one of the questions. How many cruisers is there? A lot of them now. I just have one question and one suggestion. It says here other revenue. It's, 7 of the revenue. It goes from 54 to 105,000. 124 actual is 106,000. What is that?
That's, oh, and that's a catch-all, if I may, Counselor.
Yeah.
For any other, fines or any other revenues coming in that we didn't have a category for, that's been it was one that we reduced last year because we weren't sure, and, they're one-offs. But when the police get one-offs, they're usually, large, revenue reimbursements. So it's a myriad of things that aren't up in the other classified categories.
That's all. Thank you.
Auditor Mayo, do you want to add something to that? Because he's got the actuals now.
So currently, it's running over budget. It's running right about 102,000 annualized. It's running at 67,000 now. So based on the fact that they're running the amount budgeted for fiscal 26 should be fine.
Thank you, Auditor. Councilman Banano, all set? No more revenue. Okay. Revenue.
Thank you, Chairman Wall.
Yeah, I just have a question about the grants. Sorry, being transient. How do you seek out the grants? Is there a grant writer for the police department?
Yes, we have a captain that part of his job is to review the Department of Justice grants that come out and then submit a proposal. And then we do use on occasion Ms. Andoja, who obviously works for the council, I believe. And she's been helpful in connecting us to some of the federal delegation and trying to put them for earmark money. So we do have several grants that we're hopeful for, but you never really know if you're definitely going to get anything. But trying to upgrade the radio system, tasers, things of that nature that are huge ticket items that, hopefully, the federal delegation could come through and get us some money. As you know, Congressman Magazine did get us money to fund our K-9 program. We were able to get, new K-9 vehicles and pay for the purchase of the dogs. So we've been fortunate that we do get some pretty good support.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for saying that.
Listen, I want to apologize to Councilman Capiano. I in my glasses were not.
No,
I did
no,
not see you.
no need to apologize. Thank you, Chairman Wall. And thank you, Colonel, for the wonderful job you do in your police force. It's state of the art and it's one of the best in the state, if not the best in the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I speak for everybody here when I say that our number one complaint is speeding, going through stop signs, and I'll guarantee you, I could tape the conversation and they're all exactly the same. If a police car was here, we'd raise more money than, I guess my question is, do we have to do something budgetarily to assist you doing that? Is that a true statement that it would generate revenue? I just want to hear it from you.
So we do have a line item for the care detail, which comes from the council, and we also have state money or federal money that comes through the state for officer highway safety programs. So that's click it or ticket or distracted driving details. So officers are working those details. Of course, you never want to couple enforcement with the goal to come with revenue, if you will. That's not the purpose, obviously, of enforcement. But we do write a lot of tickets and we stop a lot of cars. We stopped over 20,000 cars a year, which exceeds most departments in the state. So they are out there doing their job. We hear the complaints a lot. Obviously, you forward those through City Hall, and a lot of times we put up speed collection boxes to assess the problem. And sometimes we find out that perception is that there's more speeding than there is, or sometimes we find out when's the best time to target stop sign violations or speeding violations. So they are writing a lot of tickets to the municipal court. That's been a directive from me that if it can be written to the municipal court, then we do. If we can't, there's certain violations that have to go to the traffic tribunal, then they go there. But there's nothing, I don't think the council, there's plenty of money for that particular purpose in the budget. So it's not a matter of funding, it's a matter of, a lot of officers don't like to write tickets, I'll be honest with you. A lot of them don't take the speed enforcement details, but the B cars and everybody's out there doing the job, the traffic unit. So if you do have a complaint, you know, we analyze it and then we direct resources to it if needed.
Thank you. And I'll use that statistic of 22,000
Yeah.
tickets being given out next time I get that phone call or that email.
Well, that's car stops, not necessarily tickets, but
Okay.
we write quite a few tickets. I mean, you know, if it's their first offense, they might get a verbal warning depending on, you know, the violation and the, you know, the driver history of that person that we stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman. Okay, Councilman Graziano, this would be this department.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Wall. I would like to reiterate our appreciation for the Cranston Police Department and all the work that you do. And I would also like to thank Councilman Capapiano for actually bringing this up. I'm going to send you a number of people that have been
Sure.
calling me nonstop. I'm in Edgewood.
Okay.
So I had some similar questions, so I'm going to be quick. I appreciate all the council members asking some of the same things I was going to ask, but my one question is, can we raise fees? So maybe for police detail, we can meet this other number and get your $200,000 that you say you're falling short.
So the detail rate is actually contractually set by the union for the officers' rate. The car rate, yeah, sure, we can raise that, but we're right where we need to be. If you look at other cities and towns, $25 an hour for a vehicle is about right. And, you know, we don't want to go in excess and scare vendors away from the city that want to do work here. So we are raising, I don't know the exact revenue, but it's substantial for the car fees that come in. So we just have to be careful that we don't, I don't want to use the price ourselves out, but at the end of the day, some of these vendors could do the alternative and use flaggers and other stuff like that, then we won't be getting any of that revenue.
Okay.
So we got to be
Okay.
careful with that.
And if I just may elaborate on one thing about the revenues, every year we go through every line item and review assumptions that we made, because revenue estimates are nothing more than assumptions based on what we're seeing. So as we, weave through all the departments, you'll see very few estimates that are year to year the same. We try to be very accurate and conservative with our revenue estimates, not to be overly aggressive, because that could get you in a hole a different way. So it's not as simple as always just raising fees. Some of these are just indicative of what's happening, in Cranston. So
I should have said revise fees or assess fees or
Yeah.
take a look at. So you do that annually.
in the budget estimate, yes.
Yep.
And what we're doing is internally in finance, we are looking at fees and charges of departments, starting with, certain service departments on how they're assessing their fees to make sure it's consistent with good business practice. We're doing that now.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I would just love to hear that at the presentation, just so I know, that's all. Because I work for municipality, just so you know my background. I work for municipality. It is not in the state of Rhode Island. It's in Massachusetts. We have to use police for our details, but we reassess fees every year. We take a look at everything and find, compare it to last year, compare it to other municipalities.
Mhm.
So thank you. I just wanted to drive that, if that could be assessed annually.
Thank you, Councilman Trafficant.
Colonel, I don't think I have to express to you my support for the Cranston Police Department over the years. But I am going to ask you some elementary questions because I haven't dealt with the police budget since 1984. It's 40 years ago, so I'm trying to educate myself again.
That's the year I was born.
Thank you, Colonel. You make me feel good. In your overtime account, it's $1,500, is it? Sorry, $1,500,000. Is that correct?
Traffic, can I interrupt?
Yes.
We're on the police department revenues. If
Oh,
you-
I'm sorry.
If you have no questions on revenues, I'm going
Yeah.
to start you with expenditure. So, so if
I'm
you
in
have no
expenditures,
questions,
yeah.
you're on
I got
expenditure? No revenue
expenditures.
questions?
No.
Then I'm gonna start going this way with expenditures. So Trav, go on with your
All right,
thoughts.
expenditures. Is that a realistic number, Colonel?
Well, 1.5 is what we have this year.
Yeah,
And then we recommended an increase
I noticed that, yeah.
of 2.1, and then the mayor reduced it down to 1.9. These numbers are so small on the sheet, 1.963. So I believe that's a realistic number. I mean, again, it's tough to predict. I mean, you don't know, like I said, one incident could be $60,000 to $80,000. So we'll make it work.
Very good. School Safety Initiative, explain that, clarify that. What is that?
So under Mayor Fung, he created that particular program, school safety program. So that pays for officers to, 2 officers every day, one in the eastern side of the city and one in the western side of the city, to visit the schools, to do check-ins and security checks at all the different schools across the city.
This is above and beyond their salary then.
Yes, it's a special detail that's
Okay.
assigned for that purpose.
All right. Part-time help, is that one person or more than one?
It's more than one. I don't know the exact number
All right.
offhand, but
Just wanted to
yes,
know, that's all.
yes, sir.
Departmental expenses. Clarify the departmental expenses.
Give me 1 second. I know
Sure.
there's so many categories here. You know exactly what that one is.
It's 91, I think it's 91,000.
Do you know what that is?
No. I'm gonna have to get back to him with a.
We'll have to get back to you on the exact what that is
Okay.
specifically.
Thank you. Your maintenance contracts, is that for the police cars?
No, that's for anything that's reoccurring, like computer expenses, like subscriptions to Microsoft.
All right.
A lot of Xerox copier maintenance, all that stuff.
All right. Your education program, I assume that's for the police officers themselves.
Yes, when they go to college, that
that's a college,
reimburses them to go to
All right. How many
stick-
officers do you have right now? Go for the degree.
how many go into school?
Yeah.
We have a lot of young officers, so my guess is about probably 30 officers. And they can go all the way up to a master's degree.
Yeah, that's
It's a
great.
good thing.
Now, computer expenses. I noticed that each year since 2020, you're spending about $100,000 each year on computer expenses. Clarify that.
So unfortunately, we're self-sufficient, well, not unfortunately, but we are self-sufficient with IT. So we're separate from the IT division within City Hall. So we used to have a captain that would take care of a lot of the things that we now have to outsource. So we had to contract with an outside vendor to handle the larger IT issues. And then we have a captain that's going to handle some of the lower level situations. But yeah, most of that is laptop computers, mobile data terminals, all the stuff that goes, everything we do now is, attached to a computer, unfortunately.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, before I move on, I'm gonna ask this. The mayor is gonna clarify some of the actual, what they're running.
So just to clear up on the departmental expenses, that's like a catch-all. It's like copy leases, supplies, things that's something they don't want to break out. So just normal operational within the office. You'll see that throughout the whole budget. Everybody has that. So it could be the leases, copy leases. I don't even know if you use faxes anymore, but things to that effect. That is just a catch-all. And currently it's running running at 42,000, currently annualized at about 64. But one thing I would like to say, a lot of the payments that are made sometimes are made quarterly. So what you're seeing now may be a little less than what's actually in the budget because we're only through February. So another payment will probably be coming for 3 months in March or April 1st.
Could be like WB Mason or one of the, we restock the supplies of paper, pens, all that stuff. So that would be my guess then.
And how about overtime? I know that was Councilman Trafficani's first.
right now overtime is running above actual. It's running at about 1.5 million. And making an estimate based on it, it'd go to probably about 2.23 annualized. But the one thing you have to consider with this, if in the first 8 months of the year that there was a big overtime expense, annualizing it will make it look a little bit more increased because the overtime was in a certain period and we're trying to annualize it to go out 12 months. But it is running a little high currently. So the adjustment will fall into place.
And I do know in the beginning of the fiscal year, we hired multiple officers that came out of the academy and they weren't ready to go out on their own. They have to go through field training. So now there's not a lot of shift overtime that's going on. So I think you'll see reduction now that we close the gap in staffing, if you will. So that I think that estimate's going to be about right. Everything goes well.
Thank you. Councilman Trafficani, was there anything further? Okay, I'm going to swing right around to Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you, Councilman Wall. The mayor actually already answered or asked a few of my questions. I was concerned about overtime. I'm not a person that likes to go over the budgeted line item. So if you're comfortable with it, I'm comfortable with it. So I just basically went around and flagged this, I think the same items that Councilman Traff went ahead and flagged because there's fluctuations in the numbers over the fiscal years. And to hold accountability, because we did have a constituent tonight bring up the uniform cleaning allowance. My brief understanding, but I'd like to hear from you because it's a big fluctuation throughout the years, is that it's a contractual obligation. So if I could get just for the record and transparency, can I just, so she can watch this back and hear that I asked, can I get a little bit of information on that?
That is contractual. So it's a amount set and negotiated through by the union in the city.
Okay.
And it's contractual. So,
So in
yeah.
FY '24, you got a good deal.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I think they did. Well, and sometimes instead of getting, larger raises, there might be, contractually, they might get more cleaning allowance or whatever it is. And it actually benefits from the city because if they got bigger raises, then you're going to see more overtime. You're going to see other OPEB benefits go up as well. So when it's a straight line item like clothing allowance and maintenance, it actually benefits the city rather than paying bigger raises.
Okay. How comfortable are you with the replacement vehicle? You're asking for 8 vehicles. You do this every year annually. I think costs might go up. So how are you feeling about this number?
I got my fingers crossed. I don't know what's going to happen, with these tariffs and things of that nature. So we always try to get the best price and we get like we jump on some of the other cities and towns have like an agreement, a price set agreement.
Like a fleet discount.
A fleet discount.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Okay.
we factored a little bit of that in with this. And we're lucky we have somebody that actually installs the lights and the radios. He's actually an employee, so we can control some of the costs in that regard. So I think we'll be okay. That should cover it.
Okay, all right. So you're gonna look into regionalizing with other cities for the fleet numbers to make sure we meet that line item.
Yes.
Okay, okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Andujar?
Chief, thank you for being here. Your Explorer budget, do you think that's enough money? I mean, I was a explorer myself in Providence back in the day, so I just want to make sure that's enough money because that's a very important program, especially for our young youth that don't want to play sports and want to go into a career of law enforcement.
Thank you for being an explorer. And it's one of the best programs that we put forth for young people. And nowadays it's so hard to recruit. Not everybody in the Explorer programs wants to be a police officer, but it shows the younger community that we're human and that we care about our community. So I do think that's enough money. Most of that money is for uniforms. A lot of the officers volunteer their time to be Explorer advisors, and they usually go away like once a year to an Explorer camp. So it should cover the expense, but I appreciate it.
Chief, how do you recruit for that?
We go through the high schools, and we have school resource officers that talk about the program. We distribute flyers, and we've never had a problem. It's usually a lot of people. We've actually hired our first police officer from the Explorer program last year. So it's a good program and we hope to continue it hopefully in the near future, into the future.
Do you have any further questions, Councilman? Councilman Ritz?
Many of my questions were already asked and they were kind of to clarify being new. So thank you for answering. It was very helpful. My one question though was the crossing guard budget. 5 years, it almost doubled that budget. And then I didn't know kind of how we determined where crossing guards could be. And then my final part of that is, I know we did reduce the amount of bus stops we had, so I didn't know if that would reduce that number at all too.
So although the crossing guards fall under the police department budget, we have absolutely the police department doesn't have anything to do with negotiating the contract. So I will defer to the finance director on that.
Twofold answer. One, the contract is with a company, a legacy company, and we're looking to try to bid that out. And the second part of your question is the locations of the crossing guards were established many years ago and have evolved to increase. One of the things we're looking to do next year in consultation with the police department and the school department is look at decreasing the number of sites, throughout Cranston. I'll just say I'm still geographically challenged and I was coming home. I'm coming back to City Hall from an outside meeting. And some of the locations, of seeing where we have crossing guards I just didn't understand the logic. So we have the locations where they're stationed. It's something that needs to be reviewed. So yeah, I hope I answered you.
So we work with that company to determine where
Well,
they should be.
it's actually the school department. So the school department handles the busing, obviously, for the city. And then they'll suggest a list and they'll give me that list and then I'll approve it. And I can tell you, everybody wants the bus stop in front of their house, that's just the way it is. But there's only so many crossing guards can go around. We have received feedback and we have made some adjustments based on safety issues. And, but we do that every year between the school department and the police department. So I do review that.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councilman Graziano, did you have something to add to that? I saw your hand go up. I want to make sure.
Sorry, I apologize. I was told that I could ask about a capital improvement line item. You have the SWAT vehicle, and I just wanted more information why you're looking for that and why it can't be regionalized with Warwick.
Sure. So we've had a number of incidents in this city that the SWAT team must go out and handle situations. Some of those are barricaded and armed subjects. Warwick has ordered a Bearcat and it hasn't arrived. It takes months to build one of these vehicles. But I can tell you, we don't have the luxury of waiting to call another police department to come with the second largest city in the state of Rhode Island. And I do believe that, the officers deserve to have one of those vehicles because it's a protective vehicle to save lives. And we ran into a situation just last summer where we had an armed subject that was firing outside his residence. He was suicidal and actually fired at one of our officers, and he was pinned down in a particular area. And it was also residents that we were unable to evacuate right away. And we had to call Providence Police. They have to get somebody to come in to actually, who's trained to drive their Bearcat. And then they have to go pick the Bearcat up and then come all the way out to Cranston. And that took well over an hour that an officer was pinned down and residents were unable to be evacuated. We have enough calls for service that this vehicle, I believe, is warranted for our SWAT team. And it's a vehicle that will could last up to 20 years once it's purchased. So there's only a few departments. East Providence Police have one, State Police, Providence, and Warwick's in the process of getting one. So although it sounds like a great idea to regionalize it, it's the time in asking another department to pay overtime for someone to come and retrieve the vehicle and then go out to the scene. And as you know, seconds or minutes matter in those situations. So having a vehicle at the police department with people that are trained to drive it, we could have it out there in minutes. So that's really the difference that it comes down to. Currently, our SWAT team, they arrive and we laugh about it, but it's a bread truck and it has no armor, it's no protection whatsoever. And I think our officers deserve the protection of a Bearcat, what it offers. It also allows us to get closer to a situation. We have better observations, right? We have to stay back when we're using other types of vehicles that doesn't have the same level of protection. So that's why we're hoping that the council will approve that particular purchase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I want to make sure I give everybody a shot. I'll give you a number. Councilman Campiano. I see your hand this time. You're all set. I finally call on you. Councilman Benhana.
We'll get this review too often, but I am all set.
I'm going right down the line. Good. Council President?
Just a quick question while Auditor DeMayo was looking up ammunition. I just don't know how that's tracking. I don't know if Director Zadelis knows because that has gone up, but I think it was accounted for in the previous budget. So, okay, it's on track, it looks like, and you foresee that to be the case, right?
Yeah, so we usually make a bulk purchase. And then once we make that initial purchase, it pretty much, that's it. We usually spend, we save a lot more money by buying in bulk in the beginning of this fiscal year.
That purchase was 55,267.
Colonel, do we have a mutual aid agreement with Providence or Warwick and surrounding cities?
So now, through the Police Chiefs Association and through legislation, we actually have a statewide mutual agreement for both emergency and non-emergency situations. So all the chiefs signed a document and it was ratified by actually the previous city council. So any officer can, one chief can call me and I can call them and they can send officers if there's a large, disturbance or something of that nature.
You mentioned earlier about the police cars being used for details. The money that you receive for the police car being utilized, does it go back into your budget or the general budget?
The general fund.
General fund.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, I just have a few questions. As I said, my colleagues asked most of the questions. I'm going to look at, here's the item I'm going to look at. It's 51,108. It's severance. And I'm looking at that number in just a quick estimation of the historical average, maybe about $230,000 annually, right? And last year we were at 200,000. This year, of course, the budgeted, the budget years, we're at $80,000. Just some reason why that would be so much lower now?
We anticipate less retirements. So a lot of the more senior officers retired the previous year. So some of those severances are a little bit higher. They were ranking members of the department. So as of now, I only know one that's on the horizon for actually this fiscal year. And the next fiscal year, I'd be surprised if we see more than one or two, but there was a few that left in the last fiscal year.
So Chief, you feel confident in that figure?
You never can tell. I mean, we have a lot of people that are eligible, but you listen, you put your ear to the ground, and I don't think there's many people leaving in the next year.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The other area I looked at, and it would be 52,014 maintenance contracts, and I see a pretty drastic increase, almost over 50% increase from 300,000 to 469. Can you elaborate on that one?
So like, I don't think last year the flock cameras were paid from maintenance contracts. And this year it is. So that's 70,000 right off the bat.
Can I interrupt? What is the flock camera?
That's the license plate reader cameras.
Okay.
Yep. To maintain the system.
So that's in that line. Okay.
That's in that line item. Yes.
And just looking at that, if I ask Councilman DeMayo, would you have the actuals on that, what it's trending on?
Auditor DeMayo, I was not elected.
Auditor, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Currently, hold on. With the 07, no. Which line was that?
It's 52014. No, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
52014. Yeah.
It's currently tracking at about 275,000. Annualized, it's a little, again, it's 413, which is over, but payments are made quarterly on these maintenance agreements. So the annualization is probably a little overstated.
And also the IT maintenance contract that I mentioned that we had to go out and get is roughly 36,000. So
That's in that
we
line.
didn't have it before because the captain was able to handle that because he had an IT background, but unfortunately, we have to outsource a lot of that work.
I have no further questions on, but the auditor has a question.
Colonel, just one more question. I always ask this of the services. Do you have any offices that are on long-term disability now that we're paying within the payroll that is out on IOD?
We have one that's been out on IOD for years because he has a heart issue and the state pension board doesn't recognize heart. So, and then we have one that could be out long-term that we just received. But we're doing really well on IODs. And when I first started, we had over 20, and we track anywhere from 1 or 2 at any given time.
Just for the new council people, the reason I asked that question is that's what it causes overtimes to go up. If you have long-term disability, it's about a 3-year process for them to go into the state pension. And while they're still being paid regular for us, we actually institute overtime to cover their shifts to man the staffing.
Yes.
Okay, unless any council person has any more questions on the police department revenue, I'm gonna move on to animal control. I see none. Do you want to state anything about that budget before we ask questions? I know it's not a large line.
I know we're fortunate that we do a good job adopting out pets as soon as we get them. So we average anywhere from 3 to 5 dogs and maybe 3 or 4 cats at any given time. And they do a good job at the animal shelter, and the animal control duties are busy too. So, but no, this budget should be sufficient for our purposes.
Okay, so I'll ask if any council members have questions regarding revenues of animal control. I'll go this way, start with the council president and go around that way. Raise your hand if you have any questions on revenues of animal control. I see none as I go around. Okay, Councilman Trafficante.
And I have.
All right. All right, then I'm going to go the other way. You can start with you with expenditures. Expenditures, animal control.
Just quickly, Chief, in terms of the salary schedule for the animal control, how many individuals are animal control officers there?
So we have 3 animal control officers. One is also a shelter manager, and then we have one kennel custodian / adoption coordinator. So there's 4 total
Altogether.
staff.
2 are on the road.
Well, 2 are on the road, and the third is a manager, but she's also equipped to go out on the road as needed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before I go around again, if I could backtrack onto revenue, I did see the animal control. It looks like we're going to make revenue about another $500 this year.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, that's just an estimate that we're doing.
So either way, I know. I just noticed a little increase. Maybe we can get more. All right, going around for expenditures, looking around, I'm looking at the councilman. I don't see a hand. I see you, Councilman Bonanno. Yes, this is expenditures.
Expenditures, right, okay. Just one question. Never mind. Pension contribution, so that's fixed. So, thank you.
Okay, any other questions regarding animal control? I look around. We'll move on to Harbor Master. All right, we're in the home stretch. I did notice before I started, and I'll go this way towards Councilman Trafficante, that everything is the same. All right, I did notice that. Any questions regarding revenue? Harbor Master? See, Council President's hand.
Thank you, Council Vice President Wall. And the Colonel may want to speak to this. We are dealing with the administration, with the police department to rethink that position. The charter allows the council to appoint the harbor master And we're looking at potentially having an employee of the police department serve as a harbor master because the charter does not limit who that person could be. And it's something that would perhaps fit hand in glove with the police department. So we're in the process of still entertaining that possibility.
Any other questions regarding the harbor master? I believe that concludes the hearing for the police department. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do, all your officers do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to the members of the council. I appreciate it.
We'll take about maybe 2 or 3 minutes and we'll get the fire department up. I know that she's, did I miss something?
No.
Oh, you're looking at me.
No.
You're all set?
Yeah.
About 2. It's in the, sorry. And just a programming note, municipal court will not be on the agenda this evening. There was a conflict. It will be rescheduled on the agenda for the 12th. All right. So the next up is the fire department and fire alarms. We'll have a short presentation, I guess, from the chief and Director Zadelis, and then we'll do the same procedure we did before. Revenues first for the fire department, then expenditures, then fire alarm, revenues, expenditures. You on?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the Cranston Fire Department budget projection from the mayor to the council in the amount of 36,954,106. The current budget recognizes all expiring contractual obligations. It funds all known or anticipated fringe benefit costs throughout the department. It meets or some of the requested increases from the department. In addition to the budget before you, we have a reserve for contractual obligations funded in a separate account that, as we go through negotiations, will complete the budget for the Cranston Fire Department for FY26. So unless the new chief has something to say, we just turn it back for questions, unless you.
All right, thank you, and I appreciate your consideration for this budget. I know times are, we're all fighting for money, we're all struggling. Prices on everything's going up, and they're just making it tough. But I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Chief. So we're going to start with the fire department revenues. I'm going to go clockwise. I'll start on the council president side. Council president, do you have any questions on revenues for the fire department?
Not at this time. Some questions I know Order DeMayo has, but I wanted to thank you, Chief Marcinko, for similar to your department. We definitely recognize and appreciate your leadership with the department, your years of service. I know you're new to the leadership position, but you're not new to the department by any stretch of the imagination. That, yeah, top leadership. That's right. Yeah, which is a whole different world, I'm sure. But we thank you for that and your leadership to the men and women in your department and the sacrifices they make every day for the betterment of the community. But I will defer to Order DeMayo. Thanks.
Mr. DeMayo.
Thank you for everything, Chief. The only question for the revenue side would be the grants. They're up a little bit. Is there some pending grants that are going to be coming in? You were up about 150,000, give or take.
If I may, in terms of, and I just want to make sure, account 49400 specifically. Okay, that specifically is the FEMA grant, and the difference between the 2 years was the timing of putting in reimbursements for FY25 or 24 carried over to 25, a lag of approximately 1 month worth of FEMA reimbursements being recognized by the city as revenue coming back from FEMA. Chief Mancini is back on schedule with the submission of those reimbursement requests, which constitutes that revenue variance that we're anticipating for FY26.
And the SAFA grant was in the previous budget, I believe, for
Yes,
the new,
it's a
for the new
3-year grant.
firefighters.
It's a 3-year grant.
Thank you.
Going right along, I'm looking this way clockwise, all the way around. Councilman Bonanno.
Just, and I also want to echo Council President Marino.
departments that have spoken tonight, schools, police and fire. We have recent people come to Cranston and we have top notch, on all three of those. So I want to commend you and your department as well. I want to go back to the same. I only have one question on revenues. Everything seems to guide pretty well, except gas, petroleum permits. So I guess my question is more for order of fail. How close are we on the 25 number? Relatively small item. 43100.
It's fine.
What I have, Councilman, is it's running light, but I've got to believe that the issuance of the permits are probably in the fourth quarter. So it's only a judgment call. I guess the best question would be to ask Director Zadelis on how many permits that normally get issued.
That's okay. Your direct question, Counselor, is for FY 24, it was 40, the actual was 4350. In terms of the what that was, I can get back to you. I don't have that on this small amount with that information, but it is trending.
Thank you.
You good? All right. Councilman Campiano? Oh, Councilman Ritz? Councilman Andujar? Councilwoman Graziano? Councilman Trapicant?
Just elaborate a little more on the FEMA grants.
Okay.
I didn't hear you, Mayor.
If you elaborate a little more on the FEMA grants. Grants.
The
Say FEMA.
The SAFER grant is a firefighter safety grant where the federal government is paying 100% of our firefighter and benefits for 11 firefighters. It was a 3-year grant that started 2 years ago, Mr. Mayor.
I believe that's 1 year. They were hired a year ago.
It was, yeah, no, this is the second, yeah, this is this, yeah, second year. And that next year will be the third year.
This is the second year. You
Yeah,
said-
this year was the second year.
Okay, thank you.
Director, so when you referred to the FEMA grant, you meant the SAFER grant?
The SAFER
All
grant.
right,
is-
thank
is
you.
a FEMA
Thank you.
grant.
Okay, if there are no other questions regarding fire department revenues, see no more, we'll move on to fire department expenditures. Mr. Trapicani, I'm going to go your way first.
Yes. Chief, the overtime account, is that a realistic number? Because I noticed in 20, 21, 22, 23, it's in the $6 million area. And it's now reduced down to 4,500,000.
About a year ago, we put on a class a year ago back in March. So it dropped our overtime down significantly. We put on a class of 17. And through the past year, we have had 15 vacancies. So we have 15 open spots. So the overtime will drop where it'll be low. And then as people retire, obviously it climbs up again until we fill the empty spots.
All right.
Councilman Trafficani, maybe Auditor DeMayo could
Go ahead.
elaborate on that, because he's got a little information.
Chief, just to ask a few questions. How many current firefighters are on long-term IOD?
I believe 9.
And how many do you feel that'll drop off in the next current budget fiscal year?
It's kind of hard to say. It all depends on the timing of when they're out. They have so much time to file for their pension, to be pensioned off. And the state, they just drag their feet.
And again, the reason I asked that question is we have 9 firefighters currently that are on long-term IOD that we're paying for. And we have minimum manning in the city. So, and to fill those positions, it's a time and a half. Current overtime for 8 months is running at 3.9 million. Annualized, it's about 5.8 million. So that's a perspective on the overtime. It's a derivative of minimum manning and that we have to fill the IOD people with time and a half salary.
Councilman Trafficani, you can continue your question.
Hazardous materials, I noticed it jumped 15,000. What's the reason for that?
Last year, it was dropped down 15,000. We have we're part of a regional hazmat team. There are 5 in the state. We're one of them. We do collect federal money, not federal money, money from REMA for them. But it's only to be used for like hazardous materials. We can't use it for decon. There are 2 different stages. There's decon and there's hazardous materials. So the half of that budget is eaten up by calibrating the meters for the CO meter. So it's a 4-gas meter. It reads CO, it reads hydrogen, cyanide. There's 4 different gases, and every truck, the trucks have them, because when your CO detector goes off, we send the truck up to your house and we'll walk in with the meter. So these meters have to be calibrated quarterly. It's about $13,000 to calibrate the meters that the city has. And that doesn't fall on the grant that we get for hazmat, because the grant only covers certain things. It covers anything on the hazmat truck, which is not the special hazards truck. It's an actual hazmat truck.
Thank you. And last question, your protective equipment, it jumped above 20,000 also. Is there a reason?
The reason for that would be prices going up. Some of our protective gear is coming to end of life. It only lasts for 10 years. After 10 years, it should be replaced. So yeah, we have guys who are coming up on their 10-year mark where their gear will be no good.
Thank you very much, Chief.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Graziano.
Thank you. I should have said it last time, but since I didn't speak, thank you so much to the Cranston Fire Department. We appreciate all that you do and your services, and I'm grateful for your team and your management. So I would like to say that. I had the same question as Councilman Trafficante. I guess I'm a little bit concerned that maybe the overtime is a little under budgeted because you're at 5.5. If you project out, that was the same question I was going to ask to Mr. DeMayo. So I'm just saying maybe a little under budgeted.
Through the chair to the counselor, and one thing I don't think the chief articulated, we are going, so I think there was a request how many vacancies he had. We are putting on a class of 11. And one of the benefits, and I think if I can elaborate on what the chief said, one of the benefits of when you bring a new class on, they don't have the accrued time that are more tenured. So in terms of our adjustment, or we increased their overtime budget, but we're also recognizing the fact that we're putting on a class of 11 that will, alleviate the overtime, because to Auditor DeMayo's comments, the required overtime for minimum manning is a combination of 3 factors. One, as he, aptly pointed out, the individuals who are out on IOD, which we get no functional hours. The other 2 factors are vacation time, which our employees are entitled to, and sick time, which quite honestly make up a bigger component of us backfilling for overtime. And like I said, the benefit of putting on 11 new recruits is once it's able to be on a truck, they're provided, we have new employees with no vacation and overtime, which gives us managerial flexibility.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I also want to say thank you for getting the grants. I have heard great things about the fire department, getting a lot of grants and for different programs, and I really appreciate that. I think that was it, except one other question. Do you guys still have any old PFAS materials that you're disposing of, or have all those gone?
It's a tough question because
Okay.
of PFAS in today's gear. The gear we have is pretty much, it's the best you can buy. They can tell it's PFAS, like I'm not familiar what they bought them, but it's the inner liner has minimal PFAS.
Okay.
So it does have PFAS. I don't think you're gonna find anything without PFAS today. I mean, it's in your coffee cup.
I know. But and you're done with, like, as I understand it, there's no more firefighting foam that has PFAS in it, right? Because we had.
No, that's
Okay.
all green foam that
Okay.
was swapped out 2 years ago,
Yeah.
I believe. Yes.
We were left with some leftover I work for municipality for fire department. And so that's why I'm asking, because we ended up having a problem getting rid of it, and that's a cost factor. So I wanted to make sure you didn't have any.
No, we do not.
Great.
We got lucky and it all went to the state academy and they coordinated collecting all the PFAS foam.
Okay, okay. And then just on capital improvements, I'm just running over, fire engine, great, I don't have a problem with that. Can you just give me like a quick 2-sentence synopsis? I know everyone's exhausted, on the building maintenance requirements, upgrades, and then computer infrastructure, and then the fire mechanic garage. 2 of them look like structures.
2 of them are structures. I'll go with our mechanics because I know that better than computers.
Okay.
Our mechanics are working in their maintenance division behind Station 2 over here. New trucks today, you have to lift the cab. I'm sorry, you lift the cab to work on them.
Yep.
They can't lift the cab inside. So anything done in the wintertime, they can't work outside. It's too cold. If they have a ladder truck, if it is a rear mounted ladder, meaning the ladder sticks off the front of the truck, which we have 2 of them, which would be ladder 3 and ladder 1. You have to either lift the ladder up high enough to lift the cab or lift the ladder and swing it.
Okay.
And space is at a premium in the city and it's tough to find them a spot. And they're holding the cab up with 4x4s.
Okay.
Because you put it all the way up, it goes on safety locks. They don't even get close to being on safety locks right now.
Okay. So these are all required items that you feel are definite needed for this year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And it would be, I'm sorry, not engine 3, that would be engine 6 up in the western end. They're running they're on the 3rd reserve truck, which is pretty much is a worn out truck.
That's where the fire engine's going?
That would be where the first one I purchased would go. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. All right, great. Thank you. Yielding to the chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Just real quick.
Councilman Ritz, go ahead.
Just real quick. I was wondering what the difference was. There's a uniform cleaning allowance and then a laundry expense on there too. I just didn't know what the difference was between the 2.
Okay, uniform cleaning is going to be a contractual, and the laundry that you see is Falvey Linen, bringing in the linens and just house type cloths, dish towels.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Campion. Going around. Okay, Council President.
I apologize for bouncing back, but I think we've all had a moment or two this evening since it's been a long night, so forgive me. Going back to revenues, but in the miscellaneous is the accounting for the rescue reimbursements through Medicaid and then just regular, whether it's, any type of third-party reimbursement rate. And the actuals look like it's tracking ahead with respect to the Medicaid reimbursement, but then the third-party rescue looks like it's a little behind. And my question to you on that is, do you have any any inclination that the reimbursement rates are going to increase?
Through the chair to the counselor, through our party billing company, there are negotiations with, I believe it's Blue Cross Blue Shield for increased rates. That is currently subject to negotiation. So yes, we do believe the rates are increasing.
And then I can't recall, do we send out that billing in-house through our own fire department union employees, or do we have a vendor that does it
It's
and we get a
vendor,
percentage
and
back?
On the expense side, you'll see the 165,000. That's the third-party billing. For the life of me, I can't remember the name of the company, but yeah, we don't bill ourselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vice President
Thank you,
Wall.
Council President. Councilman Bonanno.
Yes, yeah, I believe severance. Expenditure side. And that's a drastic reduction. As well as drastic reduction from years past. So, that number jumps out to me. Last year was 500,000, the year before actual 482, the year before 821. So to go to 250, is that, obviously it has something to do with retirement, the age of the people in the department, but is that a number you're comfortable with? It just seems to me that's a great reduction.
In the past year, we've had 15 people, which is a lot of people to go, and they pretty much went all at once, like within 4 to 6 months.
So.
So, all right, that explains sort of this year. So you're anticipating that people who are gonna retire have already retired, and you're not anticipating a ton of retirements?
I'm not anticipating 15. I could be wrong, but it's, it's a gamble. I hope it's probably under 5.
Okay, all right. That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. I don't believe, if I'm looking, aside from myself, Mr. Traffic, why don't you go?
Chief, you mentioned that you had 11 individuals coming on board, forthcoming, am I correct?
Yes,
11 new people.
I'm trying to get 11. It's tough. I'm trying to get my 11th guy now.
All right, let's say 10, all right?
Okay.
10. Are you talking about immediately or next year's budget?
That will be in this budget.
This budget?
Yes.
The current year's budget?
Yes.
Is it reflected in your salary schedule? In this year's budget?
Okay, if I just may, this year being 25, Mr.
Right,
Mayor?
right.
Yes,
Current year.
the positions were authorized in the current budget and being carried forward in their vacancies in next year's budget at a lower rate.
All right,
So
so
they
it-
are in both the
Okay,
25 and 26 budget.
thank you.
All set? Okay. Anyone else? Raise your hand now, because my eyes are starting to squint in this light. I'll be honest with you. So if I don't see it, don't be insulted. Let me just mention, everybody took all my questions. The only thing I'd ask, Chief, and I ask you this in just kind of a holistic question. Looking at the budget, do you feel good with this budget going forward, for another year?
I would love to ask for more. I'd love to ask for a lot more, but I'm going to be fighting for it.
Yeah.
So
you feel
I'd like more.
where though? I mean, yeah. So I know it's kind of a loaded question. Like, so as we went through, we went through the line items. Is there some area that you thought? That's why we asked the question.
Yeah, they gave me my priorities.
Okay. All right. And I know I left it open. I probably should have narrowed my scope a bit. But other than that, I also echo my colleagues' sentiments. Thank you, the department, for all you do. It's a great department, and there are no further questions. We'll move on to the fire alarm. Okay. Mrs. Dallas, do you want to say anything about the fire alarm as we get ready?
Mr. Chairman, this is a somewhat a budget in transition.
Okay.
One of the things, both in terms of capital going into the department a lot. As an example, Councilor Graziano started speaking to items, bare bones minimum items. One of the items is a 650,000 for computer infrastructure. That's something, a portion of this is going into the fire alarm. So their budget request to us is not exactly what they asked for twofold purposes. One being the potential for the 650,000 that's in the capital budget, but additionally, Chief Mancini has a couple grants going in for similar equipment. So this budget proposal is not what the department asked, but it's what we can afford.
Just before I ask, I'm noticing that in the book, I have no revenues for fire alarms, so there are no revenues. So I'll ask if there are questions regarding fire alarm expenses. I'll go right this way, toward the council president, unless you want.
I'm going to defer to order.
Order the mail? Okay.
Yeah, the grant in the capital expenditure budget is 600, correct? Not 650? I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry, my printing's 600. That's correct.
All right, thank you.
So I'm looking for any hands on fire alarm. Richard, you always pull your hand up late. Anybody here? Go all the way, Mr. Traffic Hand, Councilman.
Chief, computer maintenance and repairs. It costs you approximately $100,000 each year? On the average?
Yes. Yes.
It costs you that much per year to
Yes.
maintain a council?
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
They have what's a legacy system that is in need of replacement. That's the problem, is they're running on a system that probably should have been replaced 5 years ago, sir.
Well, rather than wasting all the money, when we buy a new council,
That's what we're doing now.
yeah, okay. Because again, the second line is upkeep of the council. That's another 35,000. So, like I said, you're doing the right thing by replacing it.
And the consoles are the dispatch.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Very good. So you are replacing it. That's good.
Are you set, Councilman? Any other, you want?
Sorry, I just want to piggyback on that. So if you're replacing it, do you need the 112?
We're not replacing everything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see no further, so I will thank you, Chief, and we'll be getting the law department in 2 minutes. You're all set. Thank you. Listen, members of the council, if you would, at this time, because of the council rules, we said the meetings would have to end at 10:30. We have to take a vote to extend it by a half an hour. So if I'm looking for a motion to extend the time of this meeting from 10:30 to 11:30. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And there is a second. Any discussion? There being none, Clerk, would you please call the roll? Want me to do it? I'm sorry. Would you rather I just do it? All right. All in favor of extending the hours to 11 o'clock, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. That motion does carry. Chris says we won't need 11, will we?
Are you going?
Yep.
What's happening?
Who's going to present this? Okay, solicitor, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Chairman Wall, members of the council. The budget for the law department is pretty much straightforward. It's pretty much the same budget that's been presented. At least this is my fourth budget cycle, I believe. And as you can see, there's not many line items within my department, so to speak. As the council is well aware, my department, obviously, I don't have any revenues. It does have the potential to fluctuate, as I've explained to the council in previous meetings. I have part-time help, that is stayed static. That is, I have an administrative assistant who works 2 days a week. Miss Marino, she's wonderful. She does everything. I've got expenses between supplies and administrative expenses. The city solicitor fees are myself and 4 other members of my department that remain static. They handle pretty much the day-to-day of whether it be municipal court, Deputy Solicitor Rawson, Mr. Verdecchio handles obviously the meetings at night. Mr. Gliozzi, Mr. Orton in municipal court. And then through the help of Mr. Zadelis, the only thing that's kind of been reduced is we are going to try and reduce the outside line budget by approximately 20% to try to assist the city. As we've been through all night, and I'm sure you're going to go through all day on Saturday. You know, we are in a budget crunch as far as the city goes. Every single department has been asked to, or department head has been asked to help shoulder the load. I'm no different in the law department. So we are going to attempt, my department, I am going to attempt to stay within that number. I am very close to the number for this fiscal year that we're in. I hope to remain under the number that we're in. As was discussed last evening, there was some anticipated expenses coming through the law department, which were one-time expenses, and I don't anticipate that happening in the next fiscal year. So we are going to do our best to stay within the numbers that are presented. But again, just reiterating to the members of the council that number or that projection can change at a moment's notice, being that the city is self-insured, and we are subject to any lawyer, any member of the public filing complaints or filing lawsuits or claims against the city. So as I expressed last year and the year before, you have my word that in my department, we are going to try and keep that number as close as possible. But just understand that there is that caveat that, you know, the unknown is the unknown. But again, I don't have anything big on the horizon. So with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions from members of the committee.
Thank you, Solicitor. I'm going to start with Councilman Capiviano and go around. Councilman, you're good. Coming right around. Council President. Council Trafficante?
What is the administrative legal expense?
Let's,
Oh, that's.
yeah, if that covers anything that's not, it's just kind of a catch-all. If I needed to, for instance, settle something very small, I could use that amount. I'll give you for example, last year, I believe, or it might have been 2 years ago, I used some of that money in the budget. There was someone that had claimed, for instance, their mailbox had been destroyed by the city. Standard offer, as we all know, is probably $50 because that's usually what a mailbox. The individual provided documentation that their mailbox was some concrete, some stone, in excess of, I think it was $700 or $800. So using that amount, I settled the claim and used that account. So it can be used for things of that nature. If there's any, which I don't anticipate, I have no idea, but if there's any type of conferences, there is a group that I intend on joining, which is a National Municipal Solicitors Association. I can use that fee in there and then get information and networking for different municipalities and how they handle different types of claims. So anything like that, Mayor.
Just going this way, Law Department, I see none. I know Mr. Mayo has a couple of questions.
Solicitor,
Yes,
Malay,
sir.
just two quick things. You don't anticipate any settlements? Because we never really budget anything, but it's just based
I
on the
see-
economic times.
I see nothing, I have, a few active cases, but I see nothing on the direct horizon. So the answer to that right now is I don't know. But I don't anticipate anything based on what I know is out there.
And then just one last one, what the mayor had asked, the administrative legal expenses, that's outside of the claims department?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, as I look around, are there any hands? Speak now. Yeah, I'm gonna get you,
Dave,
Mr.
David,
Trafficante. Yeah.
question. The city is self-insured, correct?
Yes.
What happens if we do have a settlement? Where's the money come from?
If I may, through the chair to the council.
Certainly.
One of the things, the infamous case, from FY 23, we have money that, goes down to the claims account. In terms of the big case a few years back, we settled that case for, I believe it was $1.7 million. But 200 went to the claims account. We took the rest out of the settlement account and closed it out with reversions from other departments. So that was the year we ended in the black, FY 23. So it was paid with available resources within the budget through the chair.
Other departments.
Yeah, that's how it pretty much worked out. And if we knew what we had for cases coming forward, we would probably do it, but we'd probably put the money down in the claims account.
Mr. DeMayo, do you elaborate on that?
Yeah, in the past, depending on when the claim was settled, sometimes they tried to settle it within the next fiscal year, so it could be budgeted. And then just with respects to the claim that he's referring to, the claims or the settlement area would be over budget because it wasn't budgeted. And then they make a fourth quarter adjustment to see if they can cover it with the pluses and minuses from every other department.
And we did in that year, we still reverted $2 million.
Any other questions for the solicitor and the law department? I'm seeing none, so I'm going to thank Solicitor Malay and
Chairman. Thank you, members
thank
of the committee.
Director Zadelis. And looking down, there seems to be no further business before this committee. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Good.